to the liberal principles that I had 20 years ago, something along those lines. Reagan was not the far-right conservative that the left made him out to be.
All right, so we're looking back at this armor and everything else again. So theoretically, with the armor being Trailblazers with Undead Ruins, we can get this up to 95 and 82%, which isn't like max, but it is still pretty high. And then theoretically, even if we don't have 100% crit chance, we can get 3 seconds with Superior Sigil Vision, which your sword auto attack can take 1 point something seconds to go through. I think it's like 1.2. So you're getting 3 seconds. So potentially you would get, 2 sets of auto attacks, maybe a couple more. So you're looking at like 6 to 8 auto attacks. Then you have potentially 3 enemies that you could hit. So if you swap and then you instantly are able to auto attack with no interruptions, 3 enemies, and you got 2 chains off, that'd be 6 auto attacks. And then if you got to like 7 or something, you're looking at 21. So, I mean, there's the potential with 3 seconds of crit, especially if you ran, instead of this condition damage sigil, if you ran like a quickness sigil, that you could get the 25 stacks of Furious Surge. But then these only last 10 seconds. So you would get a temporary bonus up to 2,500 on your condition damage. And this is like at peak optimal results. And what would happen is 2,000 bleed. So you're getting almost 1,000 damage a second here per auto. All right, so you would get this up there pretty high, 2,000. And then when this goes back down, you're losing like 300 damage on that one bleed. So we know that the bleed stacks can last like 10 seconds. So it's probably not going to be like 100%, but because it's going to take you 3 seconds to apply everything. So you're looking maybe like 5, 6 seconds. But again, I mean, it sounds possible for this to work potentially. And I really like the idea of the burning damage here. Just being able to auto attack and get massive amounts of burning on an enemy. Especially if you drop a fire field and then you're using this, you could just get absurd amounts of burn damage on somebody. But now looking at this, I want you to look at the stats a little bit. All right, let's take off the Furious thing. So this is Trailblazers with Undead Ruins. So you have 2,200 armor, 1,750 on power, basic precision and ferocity, 2,189. Let's say 2,200 condition damage, and then we have 726 on the expertise. All right, and that bleed is at 81% right there, and then 95% here. All right, so now let's go over to the other one. So this is the basic celestial armor that we were using. Okay, this is with full might and full ferocity. If we drop down on ferocity, we're looking at 1877 here. So let's look at this first. 1,700 something power, which is pretty on par with what we had. 2,127 toughness, which is pretty close to what we had on the other one. The health is fairly similar. Wait a second. Oh, this is Trailblazers. Oh, that's my bad. So this is Trailblazers with Tempest Ruins. So that makes more sense. So we wouldn't have the Furious Surge. We can get 100% bleed off of that. And 100% bleed. So we almost got perfect bleed stats on everything. So we got 20% burn duration, 10% condition duration here, and we got nothing on the sword shield. So this works because the Tempest Ruins give us 25% duration. So we instantly get to keep 100% duration on both of these, which is pretty interesting because I don't think this was as high. There shouldn't be any major differences here. Anyway, so you're going to have less total condition damage here than you would on the other build in the same sort of damage benefits. And then max, you're going to get 2,000 something, which is going to put you on par with the other stat tree. But you will have more duration. On your weapons. But you do have the high armor still. It's a little bit lower. And your condition damage is a little bit lower. But your duration is higher. And then you get additional health healing that's higher than everything else. But this means that if you're doing shout heals, you're still only going to be getting the 1,000 health. Looks like it's going 1,200. So you're getting some additional healing from the Tempest runs of about 200 additional health from the Tempest runs. So 1,200 for one activation. You times that by 5. So you're looking at like 6,000 health per activation. It's not the best, not the worst. You could still get your condition damage up on par with the other one, but it's going to be a very short duration. And then you're going to be, if both of these get up the same, you're going to be like 400 condition damage lower, which I'm not sure how that plays out. Because I think it's probably going to be like 2,400 or something, and it's going to be like a quick burst, and then and then it'll just die out. You'd want to like use your bow and then hop in, swap to your sword, and like instantly flurry or something, and get a huge, because flurry has higher bleed damage, and then you crit, and you get a massive amount of bleed damage potentially there. But now let's go and do our original stuff that we were doing. So here we're going to go warrior, sword, shield, longbow. Arms, equipment. Is there not a way that you can just like, you know, click the thing and just do it? Apply to all or something, All right. So this is the build that we use for celestial stuff. So we got 95% on the sword shield, 100% on the bow, with 92% on the burning. So here you can see we have no might generation right now. So we're going to go ahead and push the might up to 25, just like the other one. So here we have like 600 additional power, something along those lines. We actually didn't even put Fury on the other one, so let's go ahead and put the Fury on. So Fury, Fury. So they're gonna get up to 40% crit. That would make it easier to keep these ferocity stacks, for sure. All right. So power-wise, 1787, 1750, 2400, basically. Now, our celestial gears, 1600 armor. Okay, and this has pretty much kept us sturdy enough to handle most content right now by itself. Then with these you have 2300, 2100. So you're missing like 400 to 700 armor on those stats. Health 25,000, 25,000, 25,000. Crit chance, this one can go up to 65%. All right, and it'll go up to like 70 if you get like ascended gear or something like that. But with this build, you get the ferocity stacks. I don't think it's gonna let me activate it. But essentially, with the celestial build that we have, with the lesser signet trait and signet of rage, our crit damage goes from 190 something to about 230%. So you can get 230% crit damage here. And this you're gonna get the basic 150, and then you're only going to get a 36% crit chance. But I like how this one it's pushing. It's so close to the 3,000 mark here. That's what's getting me kind of excited about this one here. Oh, if we had Berserker, wait. Let's swap this here. See if we can get Berserker on here. So let's do this. So if we do this, we can get an additional stun break. This is something interesting too with Berserker here. Dead or alive, gain Blood Reckoning when enter Berserk mode. 3 seconds, 33% of damage dealt is returned to you as healing. So this would be really interesting because we can actually run this on the Celestial build as well, but we would give up our shout heals. But the Celestial build doesn't require the additional condition damage here, so if you wanted to be even more tanky, you could take the Berserker thing, you would get an additional stun break, which would give you more AoE healing for your teammates, and then you would also get this Dead or Alive, so all your condition damage would then heal you for 3 seconds. Increase power and condition damage. Increase strike damage while in Berserk mode. 25%. It's pretty good. Increase the duration of burning you apply. Gain Fire Aurora when you critically hit an enemy. Berserk skills detonate Fire Aurora, damaging and burning nearby. That's interesting. This is also a 33% burning increase. So if we do this, we don't have to use the burning sigil on our bow. But you also get Fire Aura when you critically hit an enemy, but it's a 15-second cooldown. But you could apply that pretty consistently, at least with the Celestial gear. And that would give you, God, that would give you, because with bow, sword, shield, you can get 8 seconds of burning, or 8 seconds of Fire Aura. So you could get 12 seconds of Fire Aura here. And then if you had Ruins, you could get an additional Fire Aurora, which would give you 16 seconds of Fire Aurora potentially. And that would give you, at least when you're getting attacked by multiple enemies, you would get more might generation than like a greatsword proc, probably. And that's an interesting idea. Any case, stability endurance when entering Berserk mode. Traits that trigger when entering Berserk mode, also trigger when exiting Berserk mode. Interesting. 100% burn duration. Just seems like it'd be really good. I just want to look at a couple of these. I know Spellbreaker's pretty basic. This is what we have on the Veteran Knight character. Because you get infinite protection here. Full counter. So our Veteran Knight build has, it used to be the Ultimate Warrior build. It was the power version. It's like, our original Condi build is really strong. And they nerfed the trait for it. And then we had the power version on Veteran Knight. So he would still have like 4,000, 5,000 armor. A lot of power. He had like 100% crit rate, but his ruins were just like power and ferocity. And then he had 100% weakness uptime, and then he had 100% protection uptime, and something else if I remember. It's been a while. I want to see what this Bladesworn. I haven't seen what the Bladesworn does. Because I left before it came out. Lose the ability to swap to other weapon sets during combat. I don't know how I feel about that. Incoming healing increased. Healing yourself increases flow rate. So this is something I was interested about before because it says incoming healing increased. It has a 5-second cooldown though, but a 10% increase. I don't know if it just triggers once and then stops. Movement skills grant swiftness and increase flow rate. Swapping weapons strikes all nearby foes. Four-second cooldown. When I see Unseen Sword, I don't know if this is just an ability or if it uses the weapon that's in your hand, but I think about Discipline trait line or Warrior's Ruins. Get your weapon swap down to 4 seconds, and you just swap your weapon back and forth. If you mix that with what we were doing with our Power Warrior, where we were getting all that endurance regeneration, and all you'd have to do is like dodge roll and swap your weapon, and you just do a lot of AoE damage, and like you'd be untouchable. Gang boons when entering Dragon Trigger. Use the final round of ammo on an ammunition still grants barrier. Getting increased strike damage for each round of ammunition spent. 10 stacks. 10% damage increase. I know they have access to offhand pistol. I don't know how many rounds of ammunition that would count as, but it seems like you'd be able to use that to get this 10% damage bonus. Using the first round of ammo on an ammunition skill reduces the recharge of all warrior skills. Does not affect the recharge of Unsheath Gunsaber, Sheath Gunsaber, and Dragon Trigger. I'm assuming that if you're using ammo and you have the Gunsaber out, that's going to be the main way that you would use a bunch of bullets. But it's only for the first round of ammunition on an ammunition skill. And it only reduces the thing by 1 second. So if you do offhand pistol, you're not going to be able to recharge something like Shield Bash. But like you could recharge like the Mace 2 block, Final Thrusts. I don't know if it'd be worthwhile to reduce the recharge of any of that. Depending on how often you can use this first round of ammo, I don't know. If it was pretty consistent, like if you could somehow use that every second, it could be pretty good, but just doesn't seem to pique my fancy. Ferocity for a short duration when you hit with an explosion. Okay. I don't know about explosions here. Has to be some sort of skill. 250 ferocity is pretty good. I actually like this. If we ever remade another build similar to our Veteran Knight build, because there's ruins that you can get that increase, or I don't know if it was rune or sigil. I think it's a sigil. There's things that you can get that boost your ferocity really high, out of nowhere, and I've always liked that idea, just for warriors, because it just seems like warriors don't really need precision if you don't want them to, and it's something that no one really uses. It's similar to like burst damage. It'd be more of a burst damage type build, but you have like the ruins that give you a guaranteed crit after dodge roll. You have 3 seconds of crit on weapon swap, and then even with just ferocity, or not ferocity, with fury, you're getting like 40% crit chance. And then if you put like what the hell is it? That thing that gives you 7% crit chance, like you'd be able to get close to like 50% crit chance without any crit on your warrior. And that was the whole thing in the past with the veteran build, was that if you don't take armor that has precision stats, you can go into pure power and pure ferocity, which is pretty cheap armor that even things that you can get out of like dungeons. and then you just put the dodge ruins on. You get the 3 seconds of crit, and then you can get that 7% chance to crit thing if you want. And then generally you're going to have a 50% chance to crit for the most part. And then you're going to have a 100% chance to crit on the weapon swap and a 100% chance to crit on the dodge roll. And you mix that in with something like an axe, or like an axe that, because we already seen that the axe has more power than a sword, or equal power to a sword in the first three autos, and then it has power that's similar to 100 blades on the final three. So axe would be a really good option for it. I used this with rifle, I believe, in the past as well. So like if you swap to a rifle, for instance, which you probably wouldn't have to, but you swap to your rifle, you get 3 seconds of crit guaranteed, and then you would charge up your burst skill. Then you would dodge roll, and then you would use your burst skill and get a guaranteed crit. And that's how you can kind of work around not having crit with that stuff. Whereas like if you're using a sword and you go into the arms trait, you can get 100% guaranteed crit on alt on your burst skills. So like if you wanted to do sword, shield, rifle, which is something I've been working on for the last couple, I don't know how long, couple weeks. If you were going for a power build, you could take the arms trait, 100% guaranteed crit on the flurry, and then you could do 3 seconds of crit when you swap to your weapon. So basically, you would like swap to your weapon, shield bash, auto, maybe get in a final strike, and that would crit. And then you would flurry, which would give you guaranteed crit. And then flurry would give you adrenaline. You'd swap to your rifle. You could use 3 seconds of crit on that. Apply your vulnerability, auto attack with your rifle, get all your might stacks or whatever. Maybe do a rifle burst skill. But yeah, your rifle burst skill would basically it'd be 100% crit. But the interesting part with that is if you do that, you don't have to waste any stats on precision, which means that you could maximize power and you could maximize your ferocity. And that's what's interesting about it to me. I think that'd be pretty interesting. But I don't know how you would do if you take arms trait, you might not get access to one of your healing lines. Because here you like if you take Signet Mastery, you're going to be able to get that additional 30% ferocity. And then your weapon sigils, I think it's like when you interrupt a foe, you get like an increase to precision and an increase to ferocity, if I think it is, if I'm thinking right. I think it's like 150 ferocity or something. So like you could get it up there, but it's only when you interrupt a foe. So you'd have shield bash and you would have the rifle butt or a physical skill that you could use. But it is interesting though. I'd be very tempted to use like axe shield or something, axe rifle. I'd be very tempted to do that. I think sword has more flexibility than axe does in general, but I just don't know if it would be worth it. Axe is really powerful. Anyway, okay. So let me think here for a second. Thing is like with might healing, if you're in a group and power ally like if we do a power build, Vigorous Shouts, you gain healing power based on your power. So you get 13% of your power converted to healing power. So like on a power focused build, Vigorous Shouts becomes even better. You know, like if we got 3,000 power, you're already looking at 300, almost 400 healing power. Which is like half of the total power that we have right now with celestial stuff. Because this gives us healing power as well. But I'm assuming your healing power would increase with your might generation. So that's an interesting idea. How much are we gaining from? Gaining almost 200 just from the trait here. God, this stuff hurts my head so much sometimes because when you think might generation, like it seems if you're going for might generation healing, like you have to weaken blows for Mace Hammer is basically mandatory. And if you do sword, it works best with fire auroras because when you get auto attacked, you're going to get guaranteed might, and then your bow will give you guaranteed might. If you use rifle greatsword, they're better with the crit because they get 100% guaranteed might generation, so they get additional might from critting. But the rifle doesn't necessarily need guaranteed crit because you can gain might with the rifle just by auto attacking enemies that have vulnerability, and the rifle pierces targets. So if you have a bunch of enemies, you're going to get a bunch of might. So you basically on that one you'd want as much penetration as you could. So there's a little bit of leeway between the rifle and like axe or sword. But how much damage do you lose using a sword compared to an axe? Because your bleed damage wouldn't be like a whole lot. But might gives you condition damage, and fury gives you condition damage on the warrior. So you get free condition damage that you're not using if you're only using a power weapon. But if you're going for might generation, I mean, God. Here's the other thing though. Okay, so if we did sword, shield, rifle, you would lose the fire aurora. Okay? And you would lose your damage over time conditions. But your rifle would still heal you with mending might. And if you do that, you don't necessarily need Signet Mastery. But although, like in PvP, I think Rifle with Signet Mastery and Signet of Might would be almost mandatory. You could probably get away with Sundering Burst. And then, I mean, Burst Precision, I could only see that working if you're doing the 100% crit build that I was talking about. So maybe that's what we need to make. But anyway, all right, I got to get focused here. I got to get focused. All right, so this is the celestial gear that we had on our character in game. 1600 armor has actually worked pretty well for us. This feels fairly sturdy, fairly durable. Um, we're looking at 100% on the duration. Condition damage has went to 1946. Okay. And that's with full fury stacks, full might stacks. It's also harder to generate the might on this one as a solo player. In a group of teammates, you could keep your might up, but here's a solo player, you'd have problems a little bit. All right. So this one, you're going to get 2,300, and then you're already floating at 2,300 condition damage, but you have a lot less power. So here you're losing 600 on the power, but you're gaining like 300 on the condition damage. Which condition damage has more utility. But you're also gaining like 700 armor. So the question would become, does that negate the extra power that the other build has? And then on top of that, the build that we're using gives us a bunch of damage immunity. So no matter which one that we're using, the power damage doesn't really matter if they were fighting each other because they pretty much are damage immune to each other anyway. But having the extra armor does help with the transition, the countdowns in between the actual skills. So there is that. And then this one, 24. 2433 has a little bit more condition damage, a little bit less armor. A lot more condition duration. Basically max condition duration on this one. And that's without having to have any other traits. So this build, we actually have to adjust the traits to this. And the duration still isn't going to be much higher. And you're not going to have vulnerability. So this build will get access to vulnerability. Even though it's not really critting, you'd still have 100, like 25 stacks of vulnerability most likely at some point, or some increase, which is 10 to 25% increased damage on both of those trait lines. But this one also gets access to the Vigorous Shouts heals, which isn't going to heal you for a whole lot, granted. But if you get stun locked, like if you get CC'd, you could still get 2,300 health off of it. In that sense, you and your teammates could still heal each other for a very significant portion of health as long as you're getting crowd controlled. But you basically are halving the health that you're getting from Vigorous Shouts, because with the Celestial Armor, you're getting 2,000 health. So potentially 3,000 or so health, which is 10,000 to 15,000 health on shout use. Whereas this would be like 5,000 to 10,000 health on shout use, which is a fairly significant difference in the grand scheme of things. Um, okay. So I think we'll probably still try this build out, but we're probably going to try it with the Tempest runes instead of, yeah, Tempest. I mean, the little bit of armor reduction I don't think is going to be the biggest deal here. And undead runes are pretty cheap, so if we ever wanted to swap it over, we could. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. Condition damage here. Actually, we got to swap this. Actually, still has less condition damage and less condition duration. That's what's freaking me out about this, because that doesn't make sense. All right, so now we got this is the celestial armor that we use on our character currently, which has way more power and also goes up to 230% crit. So that's like the big difference here. So this one, 2400 condition damage, and we're still keeping like 100% duration. It's probably higher duration than the celestial armor. Higher armor, 1700 power, 150% on the condition or critical damage with a 40% crit chance, basically. Um, and with this, we're only getting 5 seconds of fury when we activate this. And that's on both of these. You only but this one you actually get 7 seconds. And the only other way to get additional fury is to go for opportunist, which would give you 20 seconds, and that would give you infinite fury on this character. But on this one, it would basically be infinite fury as well. You lose lesser signet, and you lose your ferocity boon, but I think it'd be worth it. But this does reduce recharge of your signet. So if you do this, you're going to have a longer time to wait before you can use your signet of rage again, which means that part of your damage immunity is going to be gone. So I don't know if it's worth it or not. Anyway, so 1945 with 100% duration on the stuff pretty much. So you're gaining 500 or so crit damage, and you're losing, or you're 500 or so condition damage, and you're losing 600 or so power. All right, but the celestial gear is losing 500 armor. But the celestial gear also is going to get 230% crit damage, because this will stack up with this signet down here, and it'll go to 230%. I don't know exactly how crit damage works. Like if you only have because it goes 150%, so does 100. It's just like normal damage, and then the 50 would be 50% damage increase. So this it would be 130% damage increase potentially. I don't know. I like the celestial gear in general just because it's very well balanced in the fact that you can do like 2,000 to 3,000 I don't know. Sometimes you get up to like 10,000 though. It depends on your rotation, but generally even if you apply a minor set of bleed or burn to something, you're getting like 2,000 damage for bleed and 2,000 damage for burn a second. So you're getting like 4,000 damage a second. And then if you're attacking something and you need it dead, you have the power to just KO it. Like you can final thrust it, and bam, it's done. You know, so you have that instantaneous damage and you have that long-term damage all in one package. But your armor isn't the best on this setup. But your healing is a lot more. So there is that. Um, but this one also isn't based around dodge rolls like the other one is. So there is that as well. But if you use something like this, like in a group, you're going to have way more condition damage for sure. Potentially. Um, and you'll have way more armor, but power, your power is going to be suffering quite a lot. But I mean, maybe as a starter kind of thing. I think if I would do this, I'd probably use this like in the lower level areas when I'm helping people. Because conditions I like better in lower level areas with new players because it kind of doesn't just one shot things. You get, you have this like 3 or 4 seconds that they can still attack it. But the power thing is what we're about to look at. So these are the first two builds that we're going to do. Now we're going to have to do a whole different build. We're going to do sword shield and then we're going to do rifle and we're going to figure this out. I think we're going to use the same build setup because it's like the most versatile thing that we have. And then I think we're going to do burst precision, sundering burst. You could do unsuspecting foe, but you would need to be able to keep them knocked down for a long time. So like if you're going to do a full power ferocity build and you're going to do like a mace hammer, you could do unsuspecting foe, and that would probably be very good. We're still going to do signet mastery. Let me think about that for a second. Yeah, we're still going to do signet mastery so that we can get the might, or not the might, the unblockable attack for the rifle if we need it. See, here's the other thing is like when you use this tree right here, it comes with additional like bleed benefits, and condition benefits. So it's hard not to use sword shield with this one. Like, but the only other options that you would have is like strength for might generation and healing, which is probably the best thing that you could do here is get your might generation and healing off of this because the rifle is going to give you a bunch of might generation and healing. So it's probably the best option. But you don't have access to Fire Aurora. You get a 50% chance if you actually get the crit to even get the might generation off of this. So your sword's going to suffer drastically. If you use axe, you don't have any access to anything. This is still going to be the same. But you get might on your burst skill. And then might makes right is really good with the rifle, but on your sword it isn't going to be the best. So it's just kind of, I don't know, very very tossy uppy here. The other thing is that this one's going to have the reckless dodge roll, which we've seen in our tests so far when we did sword shield rifle. When you do great sword rifle, the dodge roll works really really good. And I think it's because you can use your whirl spin a lot more often, and you have a lot more mobility tools. Um, you have the 100% guaranteed crit heal on the forceful greatsword, which I think's it works really good. So if you compared like 100 blades to like flurry on the sword, 100 blades, every one that you hit, you're gonna get guaranteed might every auto attack. You're getting like 3 might per auto or whatever. Like actually more than that. Like given a group of enemies, you're gonna get like 1 might off the sigil, and then 3 might off of the forceful greatsword, like every single time. And then you can whirl through and get might because you have evade. You can dodge roll in, get might because you got the dodge roll. And you swap to the rifle. You got a backwards dodge roll evade. So I think that works really good for that. But sword, when you use flurry, even if you have forceful greatsword, which we've noticed, you can hit those 3 enemies, but you might not gain any might, and then all of a sudden you're losing health, you're losing health, and you're losing health. And then if you go for the condition setup and you do like, or even if you did a power bow, power sword, you're looking at body blow, and then you're going to be able, you'd have to run the aristocrat runes, which we did on the other character, if I'm thinking correctly. Or no, the character that we have now has the aristocrat runes on it for might generation healing. Um, if you do that though, you're only going to get one activation of this basically every 10 seconds or so with your ruins. But you also get the activation with Cull of the Weak. So you can get this every 5 seconds. So all right, let me think about this for a second. So if you get a burst skill off every time you swap your weapon, that's going to be once every 9 seconds. So let's just say once every 10 seconds. So then you'll proc weakness and you'll get 5 stacks of might. Okay? And then you will have shield bash and you will have the day's arrow, which recharges every 20 seconds. So you can get one off every 10 seconds, which is going to give you 10 might or 5 might a piece every 10 seconds. So the grand total here is going to be 10 might every 10 seconds or so, which is going to give you the 2 might per second thing to replace the greatsword. And then if you have crit chance on your sword and the crit might generation, you could get additional might on auto attack, which would heal you a little bit more. Um, yeah, so when you use all that, I think this is fine. But if you use a rifle with that, you're not going to have access to. First off, if you use rifle with that, Cull of the Weak isn't going to proc so much, and if you use rifle with it, you lose the benefit of the condition damage on your sword and your bow with your ruins. But you got to be, so basically you got to look at, you're going to get 2 might per second with the burst skills, and you're going to get it with the crit if you have crit chance on your stuff in the sigil. And then if you get Fire Aurora, you're potentially getting 1 to 2 crits, or 1 to 2 might, or you can get 1 might per auto attack that you block per second. So you're already looking at 4 might generation or so in total there while in combat, which I think is probably better. And actually, we need to go and check out that build real quick. Girl drama. How does someone add me on Instagram? Just says hello, all right, and I make a joke and things blow out of no deals because like when people say hello to you online and you say like hello or something back, it never works. Like it doesn't go anywhere because it's a boring reply and they expect you to reply something interesting to them. They say hello and I say, "What you need, governor?" Because like when I was younger, people would used to do like the British accent, be like, "Hello, governor," and it was always just a thing. So it's like, and they just blew up on me. But like the thing was, is like I said, "Hello, like what you need, governor," and they said, "LOL, I don't get you." Like they thought they like I don't even know this person, and they thought they were instantaneously just gonna get my attention out of nowhere. And I said, "Many have tried. Shoot your shot if you want." All right, and then it blew up. What the fuck are you saying? Do I look like a kind of woman that you have been meeting on here? And I was like, I don't meet women on apps. They find me and working in person, and they're generally top end looking. Is that what you look like? And it's just like, it keeps, I don't know. Don't know who they are, don't really care. I didn't need that as part of my day, though. Oh, let's see here. So this is the other armor that we're using. We had power, precision, condition damage. And then we did might healing. So this one is the one that our armor was really low. Our armor value is really low. So we weren't able to heal super well. Like we took a lot of damage with this build. So I think we need precision. Like we could go back to the other runes that we used on our like older build. So you do precision, toughness, condition damage. But I don't believe the precision value was as high. Berserkers, bringers. Stuff like this confuses me. Precision, vitality, expertise. It's just condition duration. I guess that's potentially something that's good for something. See, stuff like this, like Knight's Dragonic Power Coat, like it's not super expensive. Power, precision, toughness, like a huge amount of toughness, and then you could just go in here and there's something that gives you, or there used to be something that gave you power based on toughness. But like great fortitude, you never seen anyone use this. Vitality and ferocity based on a percentage of your power. I think that could be really good for the sword rifle build. If you do like max power, then this is going to give you that 10% HP bonus, and then you're going to get a 10% ferocity bonus. Like if we could get 300% on our like power or our ferocity or something, that'd be nuts. We're already around like 230%. So I don't know how much a 10% bonus would give us. Power, precision, condition damage. Yeah, this is the Rabid Dragonic Coat. That was from the original build that we made on our first warrior that worked really good in the past. But you see the precision value is a lot lower, so you get precision, toughness, and condition damage. So you wouldn't be able to get, 70% crit like we have on this one here. But if we're not going to use the Forceful Greatsword option and we did the Body Blow option, we could do that. Probably looking at like 50% crit instead of 70. Um, it probably wouldn't be bad. I mean, we'd lose a lot of power. But the thing, so right now we get 70 to 100% crit chance when we have Fury. So like when we use Fury, this goes up to 100 basically. So the question is 2 might per second gonna heal us from more than say crit would with this? But it's also how much less damage do you take with the additional armor? Because that's 96 toughness right here with the rabid, you know? I haven't messed with the rabid gear in a long time. This was like my favorite thing though. Like my first warrior did this because like my first warrior build it could beat pretty much everything in PvP duels and stuff like that for the most part, or it was tanky enough to sustain and go to toe to toe with it. Like, dude have top tier PvP builds that were like super max high damage that would be going even with my rabid build, or they'd die. You know, we'd either get stuck not being able to kill each other, or the enemies would die. That's literally what would happen. But I feel like my newer builds are probably better, like well-rounded. At least for like in a group play situation, like if you wanted to make an army, whereas like the rabbit armor was just more, you know, hit me and I'm a solo player type thing. Let's see if we can find it. I wish I knew the names of these things. Power, precision, condition damage. I don't remember if there was one for this for PvP. I kind of feel like there wasn't. Yeah, I kind of feel like there wasn't one for this set in the past. Probably want something with toughness though. I think probably this Lily Blossom is fine. I mean, it's still 65% crit chance, so something is. Oh, we have the swords that we have to do. Considered rabid. Rabid. So this, oh yeah, that was one big difference between this one and my other one though. There was no expertise. Crit chance is still at 73% though. I mean, what? Oh yeah, that's with Fury. Yeah, so about 50%, and then with Fury it goes up. So I mean, that's reasonable still. But you see, like our armor value. So this is. Let's go to 0. So 0 might, 0 everything. Condition damage 500 higher than here. Armor's twice as high as this toughness here. Power's half as much. Precision is, like 30 less. Or actually 20. Everything else is basically the same. $4,427, 5,874. 5 seconds, 5 seconds. So we're getting like 1,000 additional burn. 6,000, 8,000. $731, 512. So like this is doing like 1,000 damage, and you're getting like 6,000 bleed. 1,100 damage, 4,000 bleed. So off the top of my head, I would probably say that my Rabid build would still be stronger than this. The difference between the Rabid build, though, is in the past, the Warrior trait line had it to where when you broke out of a stun, you would get 1,000 armor and you would heal for a certain bit. So it would spike this up, and your toughness would go up to like 3,000 or so, and this would go up to like 4,000, 5,000. And that's where it was really tanky because it didn't really use as much damage immunity. It had a bunch of armor, and it just kind of burned people to death. It was pretty strong. Yeah. I would say it would probably be better than what we have currently, though. Like, for this armor set, I don't know. Like, the real question would be is if your crit chance is at 50%, and then when you get Fury, it goes up to, 70%, and you're auto attacking like 3 enemies. Let's say you have 50% chance. Like it's 50% on 3 enemies. So, you know, maybe you crit one, and then you'd have a 50% chance to get might from that one enemy. Like at that point, I think body blow might be better. Like it probably wouldn't give you the most heal in the world, but it'd probably be better than nothing, you know. And it's doing 1500 bleed over 12 seconds. So I mean, it's not nothing. 2 might. Oh, you're gonna get 5 might every 10 seconds from it. Surely you could get more than 5 might auto attacking things, though. That's just a hard toss up for me. It'd probably still go forceful greatsword. I don't know. I think the extra armor would be the thing that helps you the most here. As much as I would hate to lose the power from this build over here and go pure condition damage, because the one thing is like when you go against somebody that has a like is immune to conditions, that's where you would have problems with this. But PvP wise and stuff, it's very rare that I've ever had problems with people with condition removal. It's more like Guardians or something like that usually, but any other character for the most part, um, the bleed and burn and stuff never was that big of a deal. And usually, like you just auto attack them, and they have to burn their condition removal. And then since the warrior's skill, like his weapon skills, just apply conditions constantly, it's just kind of you remove it, but it's gonna be right back on you in like in a second. Whereas like things like like thieves, they have to recharge their initiative, or they have to go through a full chain before they get the poison off. You know, like short bow probably for like thieves and stuff would be the best example. Is like they could just shoot you. Like if a thief was shooting me with a short bow and causing me to bleed constantly, and I use Shake It Off, like it's gonna be right back to the same situation unless I can close the distance. And so like I would have to run like Shake It Off, the Signet, I would have to dodge, I would have to have more healing. Like I have adrenal health, so like I would be able to heal probably a decent bit, and kind of keep the damage off. But there's a lot of things that you would have to do to kind of keep that condition off the whole time, which is you have weapon sigils that you can use that can transfer, remove conditions. You can remove condition swap. So like here, if you're going against conditions, you go cleansing ire. Um, you could take the discipline tree if you wanted in like a 1v1 situation and get an additional condition removal. Burst mastery with this would give you an condition removal. Crack shot would allow you to apply conditions to the short bow thief back and forth, so it'd really come down to who has the better condition and healing and stuff. That's probably, like one of the things that I could do. You'd lose vigor and a little bit of damage immunity, but it's whatever. But in a group of warriors, you would have in a group of warriors, you're gonna have a lot of shake it offs. So you'd basically just be able to continuously remove all your conditions. Like right here, you have a minimum of 2, so you times that by 5, you're gonna have a minimum of 10, and then you're gonna have this is be 11, and then you'd have cleansing ire potentially, which would give you a lot of condition removal. You could just keep removing conditions as long as you wanted for the most part. I think is how that would work. Um, okay, so let's I'll just make a note on here to um, potentially change to rabid armor. Maybe I'll see that later down the road. All right, so next we're going to focus on this. And I want to do sword shield rifle. And I want to figure this out as best I can. Because this is the weapon combo that I like. There's a lot of weapon combos that I want to use, but I just don't in general. But like Odin in here, Odin the Viking god, sword shield hammer has been his thing for the longest time, and now we have like a max damage hammer axe build on him. But sword shield hammer, we've played it in the past. It can be really good. It was really solid in PvP like years ago. Probably still pretty decent now. It depends on the stability and all that good stuff. But it's like that's a good weapon combo. And then you have like sword shield mace or sword mace is another one that I'm interested in because you can go for the arms trait and use dual wielding, which is something that you never really see. Like you could go, sword axe or axe mace. I think axe mace could be pretty decent because then you could like stun into a eviscerate or knock down into a whirl. They both have access to like might generation on the weapons themselves, and they have because like the axe has might generation on the eviscerate, and the axe and mace both have a vulnerability skill, and the mace can generate might on the 4 skill. So you'd have might healing on those. But then like sword, you have the throw and the rip, which will give you 10 might. So when it comes to dual wielding weapons, I feel like the healing method would still be potentially might generation. Um, but I think dual wielding would be like the main thing that you'd be focused on. 20% increased attack speed. But I don't think that we want to do sword shield like I don't even remember what I was gonna say now. I don't think we want to go sword rifle. That seems like it'd be a little bit too much. Um, but I like the idea of sword mace with dual wielding. Um, and then taking shield master because you reflect missiles while you're blocking. Because you have a block on your mace on 2 and you have a block on your sword on 5. So you could get twice the effects of shield master reflecting projectiles, which just seems really good to me. And like on a very low cooldown as well. Like if you take Blade Master here, uh, sword skills get reduced recharge. There used to be something that reduced the recharge of mace skills. I think it used to be this Merciless Hammer, but I don't remember. There used to be something that reduced your mace and hammer skill recharges, I think. Anyway, you'd probably have like 2 separate abilities that can block for like 3 seconds apiece, and they'll probably have like a 6 to 8 second cooldown or something, which is a lot of blocking. It wouldn't be so good versus like physical attacks, but range attacks seems really solid. And then if you do like the sword flurry would immobilize them, and then you swap over to the mace and you could auto attack them. The other thing is that the mace applies weakness on every third auto, which takes like 3 seconds, which basically gives you like 1.5 might a second or something with the mace if you're using the aristocracy runes. So the mace could actually be a pretty decent healing weapon for the warrior. And then with dual wielding, you're going to get increased attack speed. So potentially we could decrease that. It's like 3 seconds, you get 20% of 3 seconds. So you're getting like 0.2, 0.4. You're getting 0.6. So you're going to be at like 2.5, 2.4 seconds for a rotation of the mace, which would be on par with like an axe potentially. But then you get the weakness application, which would be really strong. You could still do body blows if you weren't going to do crit. Where'd body blows go? Yeah, you could still do body blow. Like, so if you used body blow on that, you wouldn't have much benefit on the sword side, but when you swapped to the mace, you would get might generation on your auto attacks, you get might generation on your burst skill, might generation on your 3 days, you get might generation on your 4, and then you get might generation on your 5. So potentially you could fully max out your might just by swapping over to your mace and get additional healing, like a bunch of burst healing off of it. And then when you swap back over to the sword, you're going to get your condition damage and stuff additionally on top of everything. Uh, but you wouldn't gain as like hardly any might generation off your sword, which would kind of suck. You'd basically have one weapon set that's like for healing. All right, let's look at this armor and stuff real quick. So I think we want to just refresh all of this. Just refresh it. Um, we want power, and we're not going to do precision. I think it's going to end up being like knights or something probably again. I don't remember what we used on veteran knight, but we want power and ferocity. So we got power, precision, toughness, concentration. See, stuff like this, like Crusader, you could use this. Like if I was gonna do shout heals, let me look at this. Where'd it go? Where did it go? Crusader, 56. So let's go here. Yeah, so Crusader is giving the same healing power as Celestial. So I'm assuming it's going to give the same ferocity as Celestial. So this means that if we do Crusader armor, we could get more power than our Celestial gear would give us, and more toughness than our Celestial gear would give us. So we're probably looking in the 2000s. And then we could get power that would increase our vitality and would increase our ferocity, but the healing is going to be just like our celestial armor, which means that we could still use the shout heals if we wanted to and get the 2000 health every time that we use it. So I'm interested in this purely off of that, although you're going to do less total damage than you would with other setups because your ferocity is going to be lower. I think this would be a pretty balanced thing to have. So now we got power, precision, ferocity, concentration, power, precision, vitality, ferocity. This isn't bad, but I don't think it's necessarily like the craziest thing in the world. We got power, precision, ferocity, condition damage. That's interesting. Grieving. That's like an ascended stat or something. You're looking at like maybe like 40% to 70% crit, 230% for 230% crit damage. So it's going to be just like the celestial stats, but you would have twice as much power and twice as much condition damage. That's actually kind of interesting. If you wanted to basically make a celestial gear like I have that has like lower armor and lower healing and stuff, maximize damage, power, concentration, healing, power, precision, vitality, ferocity, power, precision, condition, damage, healing. That's interesting. That's basically what our guy has on right now, except for the healing is going to be twice as much as celestial. So you're probably looking at like 3,000 or 4,000, probably 3,000 health on the healing signet, which might be a little bit excessive, for what you're getting. Plus your armor is going to be lower. So soldiers, you get power, toughness, vitality. See, but this is 120 power with a 3 stat. So you're getting 20 additional power with a 3 stat compared to a 4 stat. Which is interesting. Toughness and vitality. I don't think soldiers is necessarily a bad armor set. It's something that a lot of people just don't use because it's not damage efficient or whatever for them, but high power, high toughness, high vitality. You can't really go super wrong with it. You can still do the, 100% crit stuff for it. That's the good thing about the Warriors. The Warriors builds are so flexible. So like starting the game, you can go all soldier gear. You can get sword, shield, bow or rifle or axe or whatever you want. 100% crit, and then you would only have 150% ferocity. But then if you run the 2 sigils, you're going to be getting probably like 200% damage. So like you'd be right up there. I mean, you'd have really high survivability, high damage. You just wouldn't have the highest DPS. All right, so Valkyrie is probably more along the lines of what we were looking for. Power, vitality, ferocity. That's going to give you a lot more damage because you can also see that we're going to get 10%. So that thing said 10% of your power goes into vitality and ferocity. So Valkyrie runes would go perfectly with that trait. So you're looking at 10% of 120. So 10% of 100 is like 10, and then 10% of 20 is like 2. So you're looking at 12. So basically, when you're looking at this, it'd be 120, and then you'd be getting 97, 97 on the stats. And when you look at it like that, that would give you a pretty good value. Like you're basically like 120, 100, 100. That's pretty good for like maximize damage. Like if we just look at the ferocity real quick, let's just look. I think there was, yeah, nothing's really went over 85 on here. Power, toughness, expertise, concentration. Power, precision, healing power. Power, toughness, vitality, concentration. Yeah, so it comes down to like Valkyrie, Crusader, or Soldier. So if you go Soldier, you're going to get 12 Ferocity and 100 Vitality. When you think about it like that, though, like if you look at some of these other ones, like you're just gonna get 12 Ferocity. It's not that big of a deal, but I mean it's still 12 Ferocity. Like it adds up after a while. And then when you look at it, you're gonna be getting like 100 Vitality, 12 Ferocity, 85 Armor. And here you'd be getting like 67 Ferocity, and you get to keep 100 toughness, and you get to keep your healing. Like I'm leaning towards the Crusader right now, but the Valkyrie. So I think for a balanced build, if we're gonna go for a balanced build, Crusader. You got power, you got a lot more toughness, which we know that with power builds you have to be on your target a lot better. You have to stick to them and you have to deal the damage. So you're going to have to put yourself into more situations where you're going to have to take damage. So the toughness becomes a lot more important. I think it's kind of no, it's kind of twofold, all right. If you're using a great sword and stuff, the toughness really isn't the biggest deal because you have a lot of evasion and stuff, and you can use your damage immunity, and you're very mobile. But when you're using like a sword, you kind of get locked in position. You don't have evasions and stuff like that, so you need a higher toughness. But if you're running condition builds as well, especially a pure condition build, you need more toughness because you have to wait people out and let your conditions do the damage for you. So you need to negate their damage as much as you can. That's the main thing here. But if we want probably the highest damage, we're probably gonna want the Valkyrie. So I'm gonna do Crusader first. And honestly, I'm kind of wondering if this is cheap in game. Because I can't really say that I've ever seen anyone talk about Crusader armor before. But that's the thing that I like the most about Warriors. Like that's why it's the best class. Like you have so much variety compared to every other class, especially starting the game out. Because you can just get some sort of crappy thing that gives you like power, and you're good, 100% good. Because your build can just kind of transition anything into anything else. I like the idea of this for like group play power though, because I mean if you're doing shout heals, you're not going to be using the phalanx formation so much. But healing power doesn't really increase the might healing a whole lot. But this is going to twice as much on the shout heals. So even if you don't use healing, um, like phalanx formation healing, you can use the shout healing and still get 10k with 5 warriors sitting side by side, you know? Whereas I think like if you were doing might healing, let's think about this. Because we don't have crit, so we're not going to be able to guarantee that we're going to get crit on the swords and stuff, which means that you're probably, and we don't have fire aurora, so might healing isn't going to be nearly as effective with the other weapon. So shout healing makes more sense. But when you're side by side with the rifle and you all apply vulnerability as something, you're auto attacking, you're at least going to be getting one might. every time. So there is that. So Crusader. Go Crusader. Power, precision, toughness, concentration. I'm telling you, like most other people, they make builds for other classes. Like, oh yeah, I made the most awesome build ever. It was like 99% of the time, everything with the other classes, it's always high damage, damage immunity. Like that's basically what they do. There's nothing else. But warrior, you can go very high damage. You can go damage immunity. You can go high defense. You can go healing. I mean, you got so many weapon types and styles that you can use. It's just a good time. It's a good time. So what are we looking for? Power, toughness, ferocity, healing. Agate Jewel. I feel like that would be expensive. I've never seen these before. But then again, I've never used this armor set before, so there's that. Like, look at that. Ferocity's already basically where the other build was. Okay, so we got healing power. We got additional power. Power ruins. I don't know about yet. The thing is here is that we can still technically run Tempest ruins because it gives bonuses to all attributes, and we still have a sword. So the condition damage isn't necessarily going to be wasted. The condition duration is going to apply to the vulnerability stacks from the rifle, so it could still technically be useful. And then you have the weakness duration as well. But I don't think we necessarily need Tempest Ruins because the vulnerability, if you're in a group of players, the vulnerability would be pretty solid. I need to send a message and see if my pup can spend the night. Hello? I don't know. I can check. I mean, if you don't, I probably don't. It's probably over there at Cooper's because they had that whole side of the road dug out. They might have just did it on accident. Accidentally busted a line doing something. Alright. Okay. So that gives us 27% duration. We could actually get 20% increased duration off that. That's nuts. Burning duration, poison duration, torment, cripple. See, 20% vulnerability. You get 30%, almost 60% duration increase, or you could do weakness. I mean, that would be kind of dumb, but still, like, you can get a 30, like a 60% increase to your weakness duration. Because, like, Call of the Weak, burst skills inflict weakness, but the weakness is only lasting for 4 seconds, and you only get the increased damage for as long as the weakness lasts. So it's kind of like, so if we do weakness duration, you're getting an additional 5 seconds, or additional 1 second. I don't know, just something interesting to think about there. Anyway, let's see if this is celestial. Yeah, so this is a celestial stuff. Let's move this over here. So we got 2,000. This is with might and with everything else. So let's go ahead and take this off. 1,600. They're 2,128. We don't have any. Maybe we do. 2,128. And we do that. We get a bonus of 2,000. So we can go Phalanx Strength, which would give us a lot of healing, but it's only going to be really with the rifle. Or we use Vigorous Shouts. Kind of a toss-up here, because, like, so Phalanx Strength, for instance, when you grant yourself might, grant it to nearby allies. So you do 1 might to yourself, you're getting about 80 health, so you're getting about 400 health if everyone's near you. If you have a bunch of allies, it'd be like 400 health. Well, if you're doing that, you attack 5 times, and you're already at the 2,000 health from the shouts. But with 5 shouts, with 5 people using the shouts, you would have to attack 25 times in 10 seconds. So if you can penetrate your enemy, Phalanx Strength would be better. But if not, the Vigorous Shouts could be better. But then, like, Empower Allies, you're getting 5 Might, which would already be, you know, a decent chunk. But, I mean, Shrug It Off would just be better. Because Shrug It Off would be 10,000, so. Yeah. But if Vigor Shouts was doing 1,000 health, this would still be doing about the same. It'd be like 350. If I'm recalling correctly, like per might. So like you get 350 per might, and you would get 3 auto attacks. Would give you the equal, but then you have to times that by 5, and you would need 15 auto attacks in 10 seconds. What really makes the difference here is the might makes right and the dodge roll, the evasion. Or if you just the more might generation to make. If you that's just if you're getting 1 might per second. So like on the sword with 100% crit by itself, you can get 1 might from the sigil and potentially 1 might from an auto attack. So that would give you 2 might that you could give to your allies. So then you would look and say this does 400, so now you're getting 800. That's only going to take 2 to 3 auto attacks to equal this. And you just have to get that done in under 10 seconds. But 350, it'd be way more. Like, if this goes down to 1,000 and you do 350, still looking at 3 auto attacks. But it'd be a bit. Anyway, seems like, shouts, if you have a group of warriors all using shout hills, shouts will actually be pretty good. Phalanx formation, if you have a high generation of might like a greatsword can do, I think it could probably also be good. I mean, you'd have to have like 3 or 4 might per second, which would be kind of hard to do. Ola? Calls from Jamaica.
That I had 20 years ago, something along those lines. Reagan was not the far right conservative that the left made him.
All right. So let's say that we use shout heals because we're not going to have 100. We could use the crit. We can still do phalanx and forceful greatsword if we want with this setup in brave stride. We can still use the dodge rolls for might generation. But the problem is you have to have arms to make that work. So we can still get the might generation. You just wouldn't be able to use forceful greatsword. That's the problem that we're going to have. So, do arms, burst precision. Burst skills have increased critical chance of 100%. So, flurry, every auto attack, which is like 9 to 11 auto attacks, 100% crit chance. Guaranteed. All right. Sundering Strike. So this means that burst skills inflict vulnerability. They inflict additional vulnerability if they hit with a critical hit. So now, since all of our burst skills are guaranteed to hit with a critical hit, we're always going to get that additional vulnerability, which means every rifle burst is going to penetrate every enemy, and that's going to apply vulnerability on every enemy. All right. So that means that it's going to allow us to generate more might and all that stuff as well if we do this. So even if we were to say use might healing with phalanx formation and empower allies or whatever here, the burst skill off of that rifle shot is going to apply that might to everybody, or that vulnerability to everybody. And then when you shoot and your rifle penetrates, it's going to be getting 2, 3, 4 might or whatever per target, which would then generate a bunch of health to you. But even without this, with mending might, we're going to give ourselves 80 health for each one of those. So like if we get 4 might, that's already going to be like 300 health or something, you know? All right. Warrior's Cunning, you could do that for increased damage. Sometimes I wonder about this, because like deal increased strike damage to foes above the health threshold. Increased versus high health. See, like you get 25% damage increase while they're above 80% health, and then you get 50% if they have barrier, and that's just something that's just like in my head sounds really good. Because like if you use a rifle burst shot and you're going to get 25% increased damage, like say you did 10k damage, you're going to get additional 2,500 damage. Because the real thing with Warrior's Cunning, it's not that the damage stops while they're at 80% health, you know? It's that the damage is that high. Oh my god, the Jamaica guy has like swapped his thing to no caller ID. Um so it's that when they're above 80% health, you're getting a 25% damage bonus. Like that's all it is. So like if we did a rifle build like we did our the hammer build that we had on our warrior, the hammer was doing absurd damage, like 20, 30k or something on a hit, because you're getting the 20% damage bonus from this thing, and the 10% damage bonus from this thing, and the 10% damage bonus from this thing. That's already 40% damage, which means if you're doing 10k damage, you're going to be getting additional 5k damage. And then like you add on additional bonuses like that, like this 25k here, and then you have uh if you had like the physical skills give you let me think about this. If like the physical skills give you 15% and you have this 25% here, that's already additional 40% damage. You get like 100% increased damage on that first hit. But when you think about warriors cunning in this sense, if you have 5 warriors and you all have rifles, and like say you're auto attacking or whatever, burst skills that do all their damage at once, if they're above 80%, like even if they're 81% health, and you shoot that rifle burst at them, and say that you do 20k damage, and you're gonna get, I don't know, 50% extra damage bonuses off of everything. It's 30k damage, and then you got 5 warriors that are all shooting at the same time at the same target or something. You could just one shot them, like instantaneously, just one shot them down. 25%. And then that's the thing too, is like because it's just if they're above that amount, you get that much extra damage. So you hit them with a rifle burst, you get that 50% or that 25% bonus damage, and then you'd have final thrust, like right there. Lunge, final thrust, boom. Got leg specialist, so immobilize a target when you cripple them with a skill. Crippling with a sword is really easy. Crippling with the rifle is really easy. So you get this 10% damage bonus with movement impairing conditions. Seems to be pretty good. That's something that axes, they can cripple, but they're not super great at it. They have one cripple skill, whereas the sword has access to it continuously forever. So I think leg specialist would be good. You could do warrior's cunning, or you could keep shake it off, shrug it off, whatever you want. Martial's cadence could be good, but we want the extra healing here. We want burst precision. We want this. Signet mastery is going to give us the 230% crit on here. And then we have what? The fury doesn't even matter really at this point. It's just going to be an additional thing. So if we put fury on us, we're at the 37% crit. So I mean that's just, kind of okay. But if we get our stuff up here, we're almost to 3,000 power. This is going to be up to 2,300 ferocity. And then you have whatever you want on here. I mean, you could go strike damage. We could do energy on weapon swap for additional dodges. Get these increased duration things. I've always liked the superior sigil of luck. Like we had a armor set that was on Veteran Knight that every time that it killed, it's like some sort of vampire ruin or whatever. There's a thing that he has that's like every time that he kills a mob, he gets 10% of his health back, and then you have this 75% chance to gain a random boon on killing an enemy, and you go like max damage and you just hop off your mount, start waylaying into stuff, and your health just recharges because every time you kill something, it just goes. It's really good for just mob grinding in the open world. See, increase precision up to 250. Endurance refill every time you kill a foe. Like things like this. Endurance refilled each time you kill a foe. On our power warrior that we had with the great sword, um, it had might generation and endurance things, but like if you did this, I mean, you could easily just get way more dodge rolls in. I don't know if there's something for ferocity. +2 to all stats. 250 to all stats. Or no, it's 2 +2 for each. So you get 50 to all stats, which is still pretty good. I mean, you get 50 power, 50 toughness. At least for like my celestial stuff. Like, so if I use this instead of that chill sigil on my other warrior, I would get increased crit, increased ferocity damage, increased power, increased armor, everything else. Like, was this the celestial? Yeah. So if I use that on here, I would have almost 1700 on this, 1700 on the toughness, which is actually more on par with what I would want. Somewhere around 18 is probably where I'd want. 17, 17. So this would probably be closer to the 70% mark that I want. Um, all these, this would be almost 700. So you'd probably be right at the 200%. This would be almost 700. This would be at 900. So you get more shout heals. This duration, the bleeding might actually be 100%. I don't know. There's some really interesting stuff that we can do. I think the chill sigil though on my other set is fine because you're getting 2 seconds of chill when you swap to your sword, which allows you to auto attack your first chain off and stuff. And if you have 5 warriors, you're gonna have like a huge amount of AOE. You're gonna get basically infinite chill AOE on enemies, so I think it's good. Um, yeah, like the healing power would be pretty much the same as this over here, so 2,000 health still. Here's the other thing though with this is that the shouts are giving us heal, but the stances are giving us barrier also. So you got to look at that, like, because you're getting 2,000 barrier off of this, 2,000 barrier off of this, 2,000 barrier off of that. So it's already 7,000 barrier additional, you know? Might for 5 seconds. That's the thing I don't like about this, though. The might isn't going to last very long. That's the only thing I could worry about with the sword. Because 5 seconds of might is not very long duration. That is a problem. And here you get 15 seconds every 10 seconds. Anyway. But yeah. Almost 3,000 here. Get Fury. Health is kind of low. What happened to the, oh, the thing was on a different trait line. It was on Discipline. No. Where was it? Tactics. No. Nope, nope, nope. It was on Strength. Yeah, so we could get 9, 15% ferocity off of that. Or you could get additional power. It's actually a pretty big power boost right here. It goes to 2,080 or 2,800, 2,900. And then it's going to, oh God, why do I keep doing that? So you're getting like 200 additional power out of that. And that'd be like 300 or 400 additional power. And you'd have access to peak performance, which gives that huge damage bonus. See, but like on our hammer build, we were using Berserker's power. It's like this, 21%, and then you get this uh, 30 or 40% with all that. And then you'd have like the 40% from all this. It's a lot of power that you could use. But this would be a hard thing to do because like damage wise, like if you don't care about the ferocity, then this doesn't really matter. But even with like 40% crit, I mean, it's still going to come into play at some point. But if you don't take arms and get this, extra vulnerability and stuff, which you don't necessarily need, and you go for strength, and you get that berserker's power or even just the healing. Mm. The damage off of this just seems like it'd be really good. Berserker's power damage. If you wanted like a one-shot warrior build, I think you could probably do it. I think what you'd want to do too is like hit with your 2 vulnerability abilities, and then hit with like a to the limit or something, and do the unblockable might sigil, and you just smack somebody for like 20,000 damage. We used to have a build like that on our char. This is doing. Hmm, yeah. I guess that is the toss up. If you do a full power build, then you could go for Berserker's power and just do an absurd amount of damage. Hmm. Anyway, arms. Bleed duration is actually at 70% right now. Hmm. So all you'd need is bleed duration ruin. It's already at 80%. That's because we have the Tempest runes though. So you could get 90% bleed duration. That's interesting. 70%. 10 seconds of bleed. It's a little under 100 damage a second right there. Vulnerability, see 5% incoming condition damage, and then 5% incoming damage on the vulnerability. There's a 25% damage increase. That's something that like our hammer didn't get. So you can get 25% from this. So say like, let's say like you use the rifle and you get, your 25% vulnerability increase in damage. And then you got like 100% increased damage with the other 2 trait lines. You're looking at 125%. Even if you did 10k damage in a shot, it's like 2,000 or 20,000 or 22,000 and something damage in one auto attack potentially. Not to even mention your sword damage that you could do. And then this right here doing 5 seconds of immobilization. Is that even a I don't think immob is the thing. You got cripple though. You do 10% 10% other stuff if you wanted to. Here, I don't know though. Like the 40% crit chance, like is that good enough, or should we do the ruins that give us crit on dodge roll? That'd be the real question. I don't think this one matters here, so you do crit. You go weapon on swap and you go crit. The things like this, like superior sigil of agility, you don't really think about too much. 5 seconds of swiftness, 1 second of quickness when you swap to a weapon doesn't seem that impactful. But if you have like celestial stuff like we have with like 100% duration stuff, that'd be like 2 seconds of quickness, and then on weapon swap you just instantaneously get 2 seconds of quickness. And it's probably not that expensive of a ruin either. And it gives you the swiftness to keep up to your target. And if you're a warrior, potentially it could give you, a 10% damage bonus from having swiftness if you weren't going to run Signet of Rage or something. I don't think it's necessarily bad. Things like this too, bleeding for 8 seconds after swapping to the weapon in combat. It doesn't seem like much, but if you're a build focused on bleed, you could potentially get, 18 seconds out of this or 16 seconds out of this. That'd be a pretty major bleed stack. And with like, let's say you had 5 warriors running 2 of these, you're going to get two 16-second bleed stacks, and then you have 5 people. So you get 20 bleed stacks out of it. This is what we have on our sword on the other guy. You damage nearby foes and chill them for 2 seconds when you swap to a weapon in combat. And we have increased condition duration, so that's why this is 2 seconds right here. You get it says 1 second on the sigil, but it's up to 2 because we get the increased condition duration. So 9 seconds to swap weapons, and then each warrior has a sigil of chill, which means that you're going to be able to just sit there and get 10 seconds of chill on somebody, which is pretty good. All right. We got strike damage, and then we got critical strike enemy. Let's do. I'm pretty sure it's the one of these that's on interrupt. 5 stacks of might for 10 seconds when interrupting a foe. See, that would be something that you could use on like hammer and mace. Get additional might generation. It's kind of an interesting thing here too, because like on like hammer and mace, you could go this with might on crit, and then do everything else. So you get a bunch of might generation, might healing off of that. Health when interrupting a foe, that's kind of interesting. 5 stacks of vulnerability, that's nice. Still life, quickness, boon steal 3 boons. That's interesting. Do this one right here. Interrupt an enemy, gain up to 250 precision and ferocity for 4 seconds. Be good on hammer. But yeah, I'm kind of interested in this Crusader thing that we got going on here. I mean, you got a very long duration bleed. Even if the bleed isn't very strong, the duration is long. And that's good enough, for the most part. And we got the crit on swap. And then when we do swap weapons, I mean, it's going to 60%, but it doesn't really matter at that point. So, I like it. Good amount of healing, good amount of crit damage, good amount of condition damage. I mean, we're not getting the burn damage that we want, but this whole thing is basically power. But healing, crit, got extra armor compared to the other one that we were using. Now if we go to this one and we do warrior human, we will do the sword and thou shield again. And on this one, we want to do Valkyrie. Which I think is a more expensive armor set. We're gonna go rifle. Whew. 'Nothing else. We need power, vitality, ferocity. Okay. If I mix and match things a little bit more, I could probably make some better builds, but I tend to not really mess with it too much. .300 healing power. Just off of that. See, so on this build, I don't think the tactics line would be that good. I mean, it gives you the might, which would be nice, and a little bit of healing, but the shouts aren't super bad. Ugh. So you probably do like strength, great fortitude. And then you could go might makes right, but you'd probably go berserker power. And then you do probably peak performance. And then from here, you could go arms, sundering, signet mastery. And then let's say that you got 25 might from somewhere, probably dodge rolls or something. Even this though it's 5 seconds. %40 chance to crit. This one is going to be all adrenal health. 6 stacks of might, fury, and vigor for 6 seconds. 20-second cooldown. It's not the worst thing ever. I mean, it doesn't sound super appealing, but like warriors, if you don't have like a great sword or something that can give you might generation, this could be a big deal. So like, because if you go to your great sword and then you use your burst skill, you get uh for fury, and then you'd use that for 9 seconds, swap to your other weapon for 9 seconds, and then come back. So this would basically replace a great sword in a build, and it would give you basically all the fury that you would want to keep things going for the most part. And you get the boon duration and 25% movement speed, just 25 base movement speed move. Like that's pretty good. That means your melee attacks you're going to be faster, and then with your rifle you're going to be able to move around a lot faster. Gives you power. So this we get might duration, incoming condition duration. This is a very weird run. 10% boon duration. So you get minus 10% condition damage, 10% condition duration. You get might duration, and then you get boon duration. So you get 20% might duration, 10% increased boon duration. That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff all in one. It's like kind of a defensive and offensive run. So, getting a shocking roar after using an elite skill, 45-second cooldown, which is interesting. You also get the movement speed bonus there. This is interesting. So, 7% of power into expertise, and it gives you burning duration. So, if you're going to do like a power, like a warrior power longbow, you'd basically be able to get your burning up to like 70 to 80% while going full power on your bow, which would allow you to generate more might if you wanted to use might healing. I mean, burn damage doesn't look too bad. I mean, you're doing 8,000 and something over 7 seconds. 8,000 and something over 9 seconds. That's crazy. Hold up. 3,200. Actually, this one has. Okay, all right. So it's like half the condition damage as the other one. Okay, it's good to know. I was about to say, like, that's pretty good if it's staying up there like that. 2,200 and something. Yeah. This has twice as much condition and the other one has twice as much power, basically. Burning damage though isn't bad. Like it doesn't look bad though. So there is that. Alright, so back to rifle. And then we go in here. Okay. So yeah. 7% of power to end expertise. So this is 33%. Like we get a base 33% bleed duration increase here. So that 7% that we're getting is giving us 20% on the conditions, which is interesting. So basically you could go in here, 84% bleed duration. $204 damage over 9 seconds. $240 damage over 10 seconds. 240 damage over 10 seconds. So 5 seconds would be 100 damage. So it's 20 damage a second, basically. But it also stacks. Like it's going to stack up more and more with these. But this is the power thing, so we need ruins that are actually going to give us power benefits. 5 stacks of might for 10 seconds after using a heal skill, 10-second cooldown. This actually wouldn't be too bad, though. I mean, if you're doing a might heal thing, I mean, you're already like 5 stacks of might over 10 seconds. Let's say that you're getting, 350 health per stack. Like 15,000 or 1,500, 1,500, 1,600. Not bad. Over 10 seconds. And you have other things that you could stack on. Like there's that other trait inside of the line that gives you 5 might. So you could potentially get 10 might when you use the healing skill. You get like 3,000, 4,000 health extra. Cavalier rune right here. I still like this. I just haven't fully figured it out yet. Engage ability grants quickness and bonus health. Or quickness and bonus damage for 5 seconds. And I've seen, like, it says it's 20% in PvE, but it has a 20-second cooldown. So you get 5 seconds of just extreme damage. See, the Citadel one is interesting to me for the char. It's just, depending on how much damage you could get it to do, because you can have the char racial skill. It's not the best, but you could like use that and use this. But that skill's cooldown's pretty low. But basically, if you wanted to use the char racial skill without hurting your build a whole lot, you could use the artillery strike on this run with like Signet of Rage. Power and toughness, guaranteed crit after completing a dodge roll in combat. With this one, I don't think this really matters. I don't think we care about dodge rolling and then getting a guaranteed crit. Like if we dodge roll into them and the dodge roll is going to crit, I think it's just going to be more about the burst skills. We want to have the burst skills do the damage. Get bleed duration with power. Condition duration, bleed duration, bleed duration. Summon regions to attack nearby allies when activating elite skill. That wouldn't be terrible. I mean, it would basically give us 100% bleed duration for no reason. Getting Fire Roar for 4 seconds when entering combat. 10% increased strike damage with Fire Aurora. It's pretty decent. Power condition damage. 10% condition duration. Power ferocity. Apply 2 stacks of might for 15 seconds when you use a cantrip. You know, if it wasn't for that last bit, I'd be very tempted to use this. Day's duration, increased strike damage to day's foes. Summon Rock Dog. I like this one. It's just a pretty decent ruin all around in general for me. So I like it. I don't know how the privateer one works. I mean, it gives you power, increased might duration, which would help us out a decent bit. Shouting Yar. I don't know exactly how that works, but also, is it counted as a shout or not? Like, if it's counted as a shout heal, it would be really nice to use this, I think. Um, Summoning a parrot and granting might to allies. That's there's so much crap on Guild Wars 2, I swear. It's bad when like your search doesn't even pull anything up either. That's how bad that you know it's gotten. Mm, mm, Superior Rumen of the Privateer. I want to look at this parrot. 60-second cooldown. So the Tropic Bird is a summoned spawn by the Superior Ruin of the Privateer. It will be the same level as the player. Its stats scale similarly to Ranger pets, and as such can be expected to prevail against common mobs and contribute significant amounts of damage. The tropical bird spawns when the player enters combat, lasts for up to 60 seconds. The bird will spawn every 60 seconds so long as the player is still in combat. The tropical bird has a very large aggro range and consistently flies off to engage nearby enemies, often leaving the player stuck in combat, unable to heal and map travel. My thing is, I mean, it doesn't tell you exactly what the bird does. I mean, I'm assuming it just basic attacks, but like if these things have an evade frame or something, it could be pretty useful, I would think. So like the rock dogs, they do some decent damage and they apply bleed, but they're like on the ground, you know? Maybe they're slower and they're definitely easier to kill. But like if you have a group of 5 warriors and you all shout Yar and you summon a bird and there's like 5 birds chasing someone down and they do a decent amount of damage, that'd be interesting. But I'm also interested because it says summon a parrot and granting might to allies. The summon parrot is actually named Tropical Bird. Yar grants 8 might stacks for 10 seconds. That's pretty good. Yar Bird lasts 60 seconds and deals roughly 500 damage per second without vulnerability. The ruin will activate while mounted. That's interesting. So, like, if you're riding your mounts and you try to get into a mount battle, like, let's say that you're riding your mounts and an enemy team tries to hit you with their mounts and it activates these birds, and then your mount's still going, these birds would keep them from getting on their mounts again and chasing you down. But say 5 people with 5 birds with no might vulnerability, and you're looking at 500 damage per bird, so 2,500 damage per bird. I mean, it's not the best, but it's not the worst. And then you bring, I mean, it's a 60-second cooldown, so, but I mean, the 8 might stacks for 10 seconds, I mean, it's still healing. I didn't really think about the 60-second cooldown, though, sadly. But it's just something like you never see anyone use that, and it would be kind of nice if people would use things like this sometimes, you know? But it seems like anytime you want to use something like this, it's just better in groups. Like the Rock Dog does good damage and applies bleed and stuff. It's pretty strong. But in a pack, that's when it's really. That's why they nerfed that ogre whistle. I swear, because I had a setup for the ogre whistle in the past, and then they nerfed it now, where you can't use it consistently. Stuff like this, like Ruin of the Reaper. Chill enemies within a 360 radius for 1 second after executing a shout skill. Power and toughness, like this thing right here, I kind of want to use like a lot, because say like on my celestial build, you swap your weapons, you do 2 seconds chill AoE to enemies, but then you have 3 shake it off shouts and your fear me shout, you know, that you could potentially apply 2 seconds of chill to. So they come at you, they're attacking, you do shake it off, boom, 2 seconds AoE chill. It lets you run away, it lets you chase, slows their endurance and their skill regeneration. And then like with 5 warriors, that's an additional 10. So it's like if everyone uses their shout all at one time, it's going to do 10 seconds of chill, right? Which is long enough for you to recharge one of your other, like you're going to be able to use a shout every 10 seconds. Basically permanent chill. Mm. Increased power ferocity. Strike damage by 5%. See, 10% of your health when killing a foe. This vampirism run, that's what I had on my knight guy in the past for like farming on the map. You just kill all the grinding mobs and stuff. You get a bunch of health back. Scrapper ruins I'm still kind of interested in sometimes too. 7% damage reduced by 7% within 600 units of an enemy. 7% damage reduction seems pretty decent. Swiftness for 6 seconds after evading an attack. Gain Fury for 8 seconds when entering combat, 10-second cooldown. Increased strike damage dealt. Precision and ferocity. And you get a golem. Interesting. I really don't know. I mean, the Daredevil rune's probably the most useful out of this. Dodge rolling and getting that guaranteed crit. But out of everything that we've seen so far, like with the other stuff, like this one still has low armor, which is the problem that we had with our other build that we tried. The one that our guy's wearing right now with the might healing. The might healing heals him for a whole lot, but his armor is really low, so he takes a ton of damage, which is a problem. But at least with this, we'd be able to get... It's basically the same thing as our other build, except for, you know, you're not going to have like the perfect crit chance or anything. I mean, it's 40%. Get a good amount of bleed duration. Critical strikes on weapon swap. Crusader gear.
Good luck to each of you. May Tyria prevail in the days ahead. Welcome to Camp Resolve. We're grateful for the cooperation of your respective governments in the coming assault. We ask that you stay on alert for the duration of your time here. We've already seen hostile action at our camp boundary. If you're unsure of how to be of most use, find a
It's weird because you're not going to get the extra crit
Good luck to each of you.
off of this.
Tyria prevail in the days ahead. Welcome to Camp Resolve. We're grateful for the cooperation of your respective governments in the coming assault. We ask that you stay on alert for the duration of your time here. We've already seen hostile action at our camp boundary. If you're unsure how to be of most use, find a ranking officer in one of our 3 orders, and they'll find you a task. Good luck to each of you, and may Tyria prevail in the days ahead.
Not too expensive. Let's do power, toughness, ferocity. And then erase this. Then we go exotic, 80. Yeah, that's the other thing, is the Cavalier ruins. They have power, ferocity, and toughness. Power, ferocity, toughness. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, it's less power and more toughness and more ferocity. But I think Cavalier ruins are potentially like a really solid option if you wanted to do like a power, ferocity, like high toughness warrior early. I mean, these things are like pretty cheap. Dang cheap, but you wouldn't have as much healing power, you know? But it doesn't necessarily matter. You could still do like might on crit if you wanted to. Like if you did cavalier stuff with might on weapon swap or anything like that, but alright, so Celestial still expensive. We have 14 apiece. Crusader though isn't terrible. I mean, Crusader boots. How much is this? 12, 15, 20, 23, 27. Oh, take like all my gold to get this stuff if I wanted it. Power, toughness, ferocity, healing power. Do I want it on this character? Or do I want it on my other character? I can save some gold using it on my other character at least. So there is that.
Welcome to Camp Rizal. We're grateful for the cooperation of your respective governments in the coming assault. We ask that you stay on alert for the duration of your time here. We've already seen hostile action at our camp boundaries. If you're unsure of how to be of most use, find a ranking officer in one of our 3 orders, and they'll find you a task. Good luck.
I need to look at something real quick. Yeah, it's only 3 seconds of fear. So instead of 25 seconds, you're looking at, you know. They have a fear. They don't have a fear increase. Interesting. 2,870. Here's the thing that just gets me like between these two. My celestial gear versus the sword shield rifle, right? Very similar builds. The rifle has more armor, but 28, almost 2,900 power. We're almost at, so it has like 400 more power than me. But I will have like 1,000 more condition damage than it has. It has a little bit more healing. But it's like, it's not super far off, you know? But that they have like 400 additional armor than me, like 400, 500 additional armor, so maybe it's worth it. I don't know. Let's get on the other warrior real quick. I feel like I was going to do another celestial set or something with a different ruin at some point, and then I changed my mind. I don't remember, but we had. Oh, we did the. We're doing the power. We did a full power bow sword thing. I forgot about that. But we've already seen that that isn't going to work very well, as far as I recall. Sucks that I always do this and I waste like 400, 500 gold, you know? Because basically, I mean, this is sword, shield, bow, right? With 100% crit. Ruin of strength, might, power. We're gonna do something with might healing here. I think yeah, we were gonna do the aristocrat runes on this is what it was. Aristocrat runes with the might healing to get like the maximum amount of health. Because our other build was precision, power, condition damage. Anyway. Need 500 for an additional slot. See, but we already have 2 armor pieces that we can slide in for the other stuff. This is what I'm saying how I waste money, because like I got rid of the power condition damage stuff on this character, and then I went and rebought all of it from my other character, and then now I came back over. Like, it's just a mess, you know? Absolute mess. Power, precision, toughness.
This is most remarkable. Begin destruction protocol.
See, but now we're right now we're in a situation where I don't really want to sell this armor set, so I'm basically gonna go on the other warrior and build it, I think. I was trying to save money.
Thousands of years ago, an ancient hunter draws his makeshift bow as his target comes into view. The general doesn't see the hunter, and the hunter splits his eye.
Gives me the chills. See which had to take orders from mice and talking cabbages.
Make our queen proud. Get to it.
See if anyone sells anything to us, I guess. And I'll go look at the weapons.
Good hunting.
Look at that. Rifle. Power, toughness, healing. Less toughness, less power, way more healing. That's interesting. Look at that. The Gate of Goodbyes has already got those stats. I didn't even know that. Question is, do I want to do the Roman look again or not? Power, toughness, ferocity, healing power. It's good stuff. We're gonna do. We need a back piece. Always all these back pieces, man. Gotta suck. Accessories.
Need something?
Look at this, like 20 gold for the celestial stuff. This is the thing, like it's just like I know that my celestial build is outperforming the other cheaper build that I had made, but the Crusader gear is way cheaper than celestial gear, and it's managing very similar stats. Sort of. In a roundabout way, it has similar stats. Not exactly. So this is an accessory. So we want to order 2. Place order. And then we want an amulet. See, 20 gold for this. So like all of my celestial gear, it's like a couple hundred gold, man. I'm telling you. Star of Duena. This Olicalium amulet. I like how some of this stuff looks, though. Alright, so now we go rings. Olicalium rings. I want 2 of those bad boys.
Up for a challenge?
The real question is, because this is a Legionary Marilius, if we're going to use the same Roman look, just with a rifle. You know?
Must visit more often.
Because I'm not super opposed to how the Roman legionaries look with rifles. I think it works fine. But part of me still wants to have the knight look, you know? It's like if we come over here and we... See, like this right here, though, that looks pretty solid. I think this looks really good though. Who am I fighting? Hello?
Now we can fight for real.
So like on this one, slide this back in here. But like on this one, say that we toss that in there.
Gaining adrenaline. Almost there.
Like, does it look? I don't think it looks bad. You know? Like,
Gaining adrenaline.
I don't know about the upskirt that we're getting there, though.
Almost ready. Gaining adrenaline. Urge to kill rising.
I don't know. I think these the lower tier infantry looks probably just better with the bow, so you don't get that upskirt view. And then when it comes to this, we could probably manage with a rifle.
rest for you yet, sweet soul. Heal.
But I don't think this is out of the realm of possibility either. Like, I could see the Romans actually giving their guys rifles to use instead of javelins. Even if it was only like 2 or 3 shots before the battle started, I bet they would do it. If it was effective, you know? See if there's any leftover boss monsters laying around.
Gaining adrenaline. Shake it off. Almost there. Adrenaline rising.
Who's got my back?
Almost ready.
Interesting.
Let's get started.
Where'd my bow go? Did I waste money on a shield when I already had a shield? I think I did. I know. I had this shield from the boost, and I went and bought a second shield because I didn't see it. That's stupid. Why am I that way, man? So the only major thing between this build and the power build is going to be that the Fear Me is 3 seconds instead of 5 seconds. Which might not seem like the biggest thing, but it's kind of a big deal.
Kill rising. Adrenaline rising.
Something that we never really did was the endless coda tonic on this guy. Get the bow and the shield and sword work, you know? Just works. Just happens. It's just that's the thing that's going on. I mean, maybe that's what we could do if we're gonna do the Rome Guild. Just make everyone have to have the Coda tonic. And if they have a character that isn't like a human or whatever, we're all Coda. We're all Coda. Flame of Coda. Ice of Coda.
Let's get started.
Think that you can beat Coda? Vigil Marksman. not selling anything to me yet, so there's that. Just such a solid little build, man. Simple, solid build. 50 seconds. You know, now I'm thinking about this. The debuff on your character after you beat part of the Morgemoth thing, is it per character? Or is it like... Because like you log off and log back on a different character and fight in all three of the events. So if you had a small group, you could still each of you would take a lane, and then when it opens, you would go in. You know? This is the Blade Sworn? Why is he doing so little damage? I don't know how that makes sense. He's with a PvP build. Healing. Healing Blade Sworn PvP build, and he's using Spirit of Grinth. Oh my god, that was not even the target that I picked. Look at that chill. Look at that chill. Doesn't seem like much, but 2 seconds actually is quite a bit.
Now we can fight for real. Calm before the storm.
This is what I like though. Like my build is capable of tanking, it's capable of healing, it's capable of doing some damage. Alright? We're very well rounded. Every last one of those people died right there.
On the hands-on back again.
Fight what cannot be fought.
You can never have too much tread. Refreshing.
Holy crap, my phone is blowing up.
Now I shall break you.
Nice gear.
We have completed the task at hand. Begin destruction protocol.
Nice gear.
Power flow at 30%.
That looks valuable.
See, I don't think this is too much. Like, that seems like it's pretty okay. But it's just, if we do this, I don't know what that's gonna be like, you know? I don't know. I might do something ridiculous like that. See that region that we got right there? Like, that was just from the might off of that, I think. Just us auto-attacking and getting the might off of the one shot right here. So we're doing that for 400 a second, and then we're doing this. Just more, it's more healing than we get from the bow in general. Interesting indeed. Yeah, but I think I really like this look in general. It looks very sophisticated. It gets all the engravings and stuff on it. Doing something ridiculous though, I mean, because like this still seems okay. It's not too far. It's not too far out of the realm of possibility, you know? But having the extra cloth over the arm does look a tad odd. Just a little bit. It looks like there's a gap right here. If you do that, it kind of closes it off. And you do this, I think it looks fine. I think this is a fine look here. I don't have a problem with it for the most part. There's a little bit of glitching, which bothers me. But then I never use this armor, and I've had it since the beginning of the game. It was the one armor that I wanted when I first started, and I never wear it. You know? I might be able to make a new Roman look based off this. Alright, so let's go to outfits. We go here. Could do the luminous, but if we keep it very basic with the branded pauldrons. And then this is going very basic here. And then we're doing the protector's chassis. We could just go no gloves, potentially. But these boots are definitely not working anymore. Could maybe do something like that. A little bit more simple. Got simple metal. A little bit extra cloth on the back. But it doesn't really fit with the rest of the stuff very much. I mean, it has cloth, but that's the other thing is if we do this, we lose the cloth on the shoulders here, which kind of sucks. You know? See if I can find something to watch. Oh, what movies are there today? One Ranger. Simulant. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Let's look at TV shows. White House Plumbers, I'm kind of interested in. Mandalorian doesn't have any more episodes, so I guess it's over. Yeah, all the series that I watched was over. Ted Lasso, I heard, was, terrible at the end, but we'll see. Start off with Simulant, perhaps.
Nice gear.
I've got what you need.
I need a backpack and a sword.
You must visit more often.
Wow. No, you don't have enough for the fee.
You must visit more often.
Talk to me.
Live well.
Good hunting.
I'm ready to go.
Something. spirits of the wild welcome you. Good hunting.
Up for a challenge? Oh, traveler. Up for a challenge?
What can I do for you? Hail, citizen.
The spirits of the wild welcome you.
Spirits of the wild welcome you.
I summon the power of the storm.
Eat my dust!
Up for a challenge? visit more often.
Spirits of the wild welcome you.
Ho, traveler!
Victory at any cost.
How interesting.
Next! You must visit more often.
Live well.
Talk to me.
Up for a challenge?
Victory at any cost.
Do you require my assistance?
You must visit more often.
Do you require my assistance?
Ho, traveler! Up for a challenge? Ho, traveler!
Need something?
thing that's getting me is the edge of this is silver, and then if I wear the human tier 3, the cloth doesn't have a border on it, whereas this one does.
You won't escape! The spirits of the wild welcome you. Need something?
The spirits of the wild welcome you.
Not bad looking. That's how you know your armor set looks good right there. Is like no matter what armor piece you have on,
Almost ready.
I'm not even wearing any of it right here.
Unleash. Adrenaline rising.
moving out. Get that siege weapon to the gate.
Rome is the best. And that's why I like builds that don't require your teammates to do anything, alright? So here's the thing, though. So what we just did had, with the rifle and the sword shield, it's not 100% up yet, but it does not seem to be operating as well as the condition version. Even if it has more damage. Like, it's still missing a couple pieces and the crit on swap sigils, but the burst thing should still work fine. I think it's just the lack of crit that's kind of like throwing things off, you know? I think when you swap weapons, you'd probably do a volley, and then you would do vulnerability into auto attack. I can't really even see how much condition damage we're doing. I mean, right now it doesn't look like we're doing much. 400 and something. So right now we have no increased condition damage really, besides the increased bleed 33%. And if we fight with a sword, we're still getting like 1,000 damage a second, which isn't too bad. Seems like all my uniforms get swapped up though at some point. Like right now, I feel like what we should do is chainmail type armor would be like the beginning Legion type uniform. And then you'd have the commander armor as the Centurion. And then they would use the rifles because that armor costs less and rifles would take less training or something along those lines. And then you would have the Ascalonian plate armor, which would be the second tier with bows. And then they would have a Centurion that looks more like my character that I have here. And then the third tier would be basically like what my other character is wearing.
refreshing.
So the only problem I'm having here is that when I use volley, I can get one burst off of that, probably in the time when I swap weapons. But a second volley probably won't happen, and it's a 12-second recharge.
Yes, he's great. He's great. And everybody was like, dude, it's so awesome. Shane Gill's dad showed up to the pod. And I was like, I guess they think that maybe he looks like Shane, the version of Shane. But what I loved about the pyramid conspiracy is that the stakes are so low, right? There's no pedophilia. Nobody's dying. Nothing. It's like, did it happen? Did it not happen? It's just, how old is the civilization? Is it 10,000? Is it 10,000? You know that even with that, because Graham Hancock has like his series, call you racist and shit like that. Racist. I'm not saying that black people didn't still do it. It's just old as black people. 100% was
I'm
black people.
selling.
Yeah,
You
100%.
buying?
State the pyramids. 100% built by people who lived in Africa. Yes, that's it. All Graham Hancock is saying is that it's very likely that the entire world experienced a cataclysmic disaster around 11,800,
Nice gear.
12,000 years ago, somewhere in that range, and it knocked us back into the Stone Age. But those people who were around before that were probably more sophisticated than we are. We just have a hard time imagining that because we don't have any evidence of it, and we just don't think that the execution matches up to the
I'm
technology.
selling.
If we
You
found some
buying?
tech, yeah, it makes sense. I think that we could go, okay, maybe this did happen 4,000 years ago, whatever it is. But so far, the idea of like a chisel and a stone carving all these blocks and then people just dragging them in the sand, I think it seems a little bit. There's some real problems with that. Yeah. There's some real problems with the actual physical limitations of the size of these obelisks, where they're cutting them in the mountains and they have to move hundreds of miles. How are you getting them out of the mountains? What are you
Good
doing?
hunting.
This is like 2,000 tons. Yeah. What the fuck are you saying? Yeah. You said it. I think I was listening to the pod with you guys, and you were like, if I was Elon Musk, I'd just build one. And I get that to a certain extent. I don't know if you could. I really don't know if you could. I think we could. You know, if you cut and place 10 stones a day, it would take you 664 years to make the pyramid.
Spirits of the wild were
There's 2,300,000 stones in the Great Pyramid. You need to go, man. I know it too. You need to go. It was the craziest thing that I've seen that humans have made. Like awe-inspiring. Talking to Randall Carlson and talking to Graham Hancock, I more and more think that we just have to use our imagination. Yeah. Because we're thinking of technology only as technology that we've implemented. Yeah. Like these microphones and cell phones and shit. But it's possible there was a completely different branch of technology. Yeah. And they had figured out something that allowed them to manipulate enormous stones. Yeah. We just haven't figured it out. I mean, just think about it like this. Like, imagine there was this cataclysm, right? Within 100 years, like this idea of Wi-Fi is non-existent to people. It's a story that you tell.
Need
So wait,
something?
what do you mean? The internet? Yeah, exactly. It's just absurd. It doesn't exist. You can't hold on to it. Right. So right now we're looking for all these tools that you can hold on to and can build things with, and that makes sense to us. But we can't conceive of this like technology that existed just in the air. How would you describe Wi-Fi?
why I'm always broke right here.
Fame for the development of her frequency hopping technology. 2014. She did it way before 2014, though. Such achievement has led Lamar to be dubbed the mother of Wi-Fi and other wireless communications like GPS and Bluetooth. And why did she invent this? For playback or something like that? No, I think she was a scientist before she was an actress. She was just hot. No one gave a fuck. I mean, she's so hot. Yeah, she was so hot. Is that a function of Lamar? Do you know Leo Lamar? Stand up? Yeah. That's her relative? Relative, yes. Because I had this bit about, hey, Lamar, Leah had to talk to you. Leah came up to me, she goes, that's her grandma. I think it's either her grandmother or her great aunt or something like that. It's one of those. But yeah, that's why. You know, Leah's beautiful too. It's like, hey, Lamar was a son of a shot. Yeah, back when, you know, that dragon women power. Dark Ages. Yeah, that's like slightly more than a laser scanner. Yeah, there was really dark times. Oh God. You ever see Steve McQueen smack the shit out of was it Ally? Who's the woman he did that movie with? Ally Sheedy, is that who it was? I forget who it was, the actress, but there's a scene where he's like beating her fucking ass. It's horrible. Because he's actually hitting her. Yeah, you can tell, like she probably didn't know it was coming when she's got to be in the moment. Yeah. Ally McGraw. Yeah. It's horrible to watch, dude. But this was like how men behaved. Oh, this is the woman. This is the actress. Did you watch the what is that show about the making of The Godfather? No, I didn't see that. What was that? That was brilliant. Okay, yeah. Why is the perspective all fucked up? See, perspective, everyone's all narrow. Everyone has narrow heads and shit. It's too bad. She was beautiful. Give me some volume. Okay, it's okay. You don't have to give me it actually plays that good. This is horrible, man. Like he's actually hitting her. Watch this. He's actually hitting her. And he's threatening to punch her in the face. Yeah. And she starts crying and he hits her again. How come this was normal back? I'm wondering like how common when you were a kid was it to see like a man hit a woman? I think it was normal. I think for all of human history it was normal until people started watching it. And then going, what the fuck? Until media came along. Yeah. And you could see. I think people hit their kids. I think people hit their wives. Yeah. I think people hit each other. What was the transition though? Media. So because people got to see it. Yeah. And you just got to see it. You didn't see what the kid did to get hit. Right. You just see the kid getting hit. You're like, how could you? Yeah. You don't have to hit kids. Yeah. You don't have to. You have to teach them class. Yeah, for real. You don't have to do that. They want you to love them. Okay, when they make mistakes, you have to communicate with them.
Just burn through like 200 gold, 10 seconds.
That's the heartbeat of Vegas, though. The industry, the Vegas industry all live off the strip. Right. The dancers, the magicians, the boxers, girls, all those girls. People suffer their lives. He was there for two and a half years. He was great. Nicolas Cage. Yeah, which was cool. Karen Tubbs actually the one who introduced me to so, and I know Nicolas Cage was almost from back in the day. So,
have just vanished.
He lived up the street from me and my mom. So me and my mom
Halt.
walked
No one's allowed.
Kelly, her dog,
Wait.
and we
You
walked
rescued
by
Queen Jenna.
his house.
On behalf of the Shining Blade, you have our thanks. I've locked down Codicus' estate for further investigation, but I have 3 problems still in front of me. There's an Asura sent by the Arcane Council who needs help. I can't spare any. If you can, I'm sure she would welcome it. There's also some Seraph missing and believed to be somewhere on the grounds. If you could find them, I'd greatly appreciate it. Finally, I'm investigating the disappearance of Codicus' butler. I could use your assistance in the matter. When you're ready, let me know your plan and I'll open the doors for you.
To computerize human bodies and use them as local wireless networks. This curiously alarming venture has many asking what Gates has up. Having Joe Biden with 36% approval and the media reporting on it. It's crazy to imagine. I mean, butterflies have been known to drink blood, and that's one of the possible. Here's one of the.
Troubled times.
The Asura is through the doors.
Oh,
Be
are
careful.
you here to
She
assist
appears to be
me?
carrying
Excellent.
explosives.
You may call me Trafa. I require assistance locating some pieces of stolen Asura technology. Point out any golem remains to me, and I'll dispose of them. Oh, you might want to cover your ears. Scratch one Asura device, blown up by the buck.
This is the test right here. Because this is where my condition build can kind of kill these guys, sort of. I have more armor, but the other ones are kind of better.
Strong. Adrenaline rising. Shake it off.
I kind of messed that up already, but we'll see.
Shake it off.
I don't feel very powerful. I'll go ahead and say that, I guess. I just don't think it has enough oomph. I mean, even with the rifle, it feels a little bit more sturdy, but it just doesn't feel there. It's not like 100%, you know? It just the damage isn't wide enough, and it doesn't seem strong enough, you know? Because right now, the physical damage just doesn't seem to be beating out the Condi damage that goes with the other build, you know?
Thank you.
Armor, want condition damage, toughness, healing power. So like we can use apothecary. Has more total healing power though. And then we would need all of the ruins that do everything else. Settlers seems cheaper. Toughness, healing, condition damage. Toughness, Condi, expertise. Just depends on how much of everything that we need, you know? Because like this, expertise, 142. So you could probably do like 2 of those. 2 Trailblazer pieces. And then swap over to Settlers or something. But
Fun's over here. Shake it off.
it's like things like this, when you go into defensive formation, you need that little bit of extra.
For real. Strong. Shake it off.
I just don't know about it. Because even like at maximum damage with this rifle, even at ×5, it doesn't feel like it's going to like properly do what we want it to do. You know?
You're dead. Shake it off. Oh, that had to shake it off. Strong.
And it's stuff like that, because you got to get them in a line.
Armored up. Shake it off. I'm in bad shape here.
Like, you got to be able to get them in a line and then keep them in a line, you know? And it's just not exactly possible. But like even right there, we shouldn't have really died. That's kind of on me.
Positioning assistance! Help, please!
313. Or something like an axe, you'd probably do a lot more damage. I don't know. You might. It's kind of hard to say. 80% bleed duration. I mean, maybe with more people, the rifle would be better, but I just don't know. Because it's like, they could all shoot and fire the rifle at the same time. You could definitely burst somebody down, but you're not going to get very much higher power than we have now. And right now it's 2100 base with no might or whatever. It's just, there's not a whole lot extra you can do, you know? It just feels like this is more optimal. Like you're not wasting any stats for anything. But you only got 1600 here. You know? I don't even remember what that other set was we were messing with. Trailblazer. Toughness, vitality, condition damage, expertise. Like this might be better than the power version. But with this, you're not going to have as much healing, which was the one problem that we were talking about. So I should have put this armor set that I'm wearing on my other warrior, and then I should have taken this warrior and had that other set ready to go. Because I bet this one probably would work as good, if not better, than what I have right now on this guy that I have. The healing, I don't think would make that big of a difference, you know? So, because this has 17, well, that's with the might stacks. Let me. So it goes up to 17 something from 1000. So I have 600 something more power, but it has like 500 more armor than I do. And then condition damage wise, it starts at 1308, and mine starts at 604. If I was going to focus on any type of damage, I would focus on condition damage, just because you can stack condition damage differently than like power damage. All of you have to be attacking the same person, and if you're all doing like 5,000 damage or something, it's, you know, you could burst them down pretty quick. But other than that, it's not really useful. Whereas like condition damage, you can throw a burst skill out. You can be doing 5,000, 6,000 damage a second on one half of people, and then start attacking the other one. You can hit more people that way, you know. So this guy. All right, so we'll have less armor, more condition damage, more healing. Or we'll have the same healing. We'll have less armor than the other guys had. See, but it doesn't feel like it. That's the difference. Like, the overall time to kill just feels so much faster with the conditions. That's all I can really say about it. You know, even though that this guy, he has less armor and he has more healing. He'll have less armor, he'll have more healing, he'll have more defense. But like, especially in the lower levels, this just feels solid. Like, I could keep my guys in a line like this, and I would have no problems fighting next to somebody using this build. At all, for the most part. You see, like, this isn't even that big of a deal with this setup right here. Doesn't feel bad, doesn't feel very difficult. And with 5 people, your damage would just be off the charts. You know? But we also have a decent amount of power. Like, we have a decent amount of power damage because we also get the critical damage. We get the ferocity. So we got a decent amount of power, and we get a decent amount of ferocity, a decent amount of condition damage. Just, there's a lot just going on, you know, with the build, which feels good.
A good cat. Now stand clear.
So let's try the other one again. All right, so this one. Like, it's just not as strong. Like, you pretty much have to do greatsword rifle.
Seriously.
That's the only way. Greatsword rifle is the only way the rifle works very well. That's all I can say about it. But we'll keep this armor set. Power, toughness, ferocity, healing power. In case we can figure out some way to do something with it, I guess. I don't know if we actually swapped our thing or not.
I'm requesting assistance. Help, please.
Adrenaline rush.
But I think the, what was was that stuff called? Trailblazer. I don't know if we... looked at that price tag or something. Yeah, it's expensive, but it's not as much as, like, Celestial gear. Looking at 9 a piece. Yeah, it's a little bit cheaper than Celestial gear. And I feel like this is literally the armor that we got rid of on our other people. Power, precision, expertise, precision. No, we had condition, power, expertise, and precision, so we didn't have the toughness on this. But I think this could be really good because although you don't get the extra healing that you would with... Well, there's going to be a couple of negatives with Trailblazer. So Trailblazer, you're not going to have as much healing. You're not going to have as much power, and you're not going to have as much crit damage. Or boon duration. But you're going to gain twice as much toughness and twice as much condition damage. Which I think is probably reasonable if we were to, you know, space everything out correctly, you know? Potentially. Which makes me want to check something real quick, because we have another... Where's he at? I'm fairly sure the first Roman probably has Celestial gear. If I was going to say. I'm pretty sure he does. So he has... Power, toughness, ferocity. So he has the guaranteed crit stuff. Toughness, vitality, condition damage. So we tried to make a undead setup without the precision. And then he has power, precision, ferocity. So he actually doesn't have a setup yet. Toughness, vitality, condition damage. Power, toughness, ferocity. Hammer, sword, shield. So much crap on this guy. Yeah. Power, precision, ferocity, hammer. I mean, hammer, sword, shield. I think we just get rid of this. I think we get rid of that. But I think this would make a good like tier 2 Centurion as well. So this could be tier 2 Centurion if we wanted. Power, precision, toughness. Looks like I was trying to blend stats. I was trying to blend damage or something here. Oh, he has Berserker unlocked. Yeah, he could definitely use the other one if we wanted to. If we didn't want him to actually care about healing either, we could just completely remove all of his healing and go pure Condi damage. Right here, you can get that burning damage increase, or burning duration increase, and an automatic fire aurora. Yeah. Trailblazers, you lose your precision as well, so crit hits and stuff won't necessarily matter for that one. Torch is a secondary skill. Torch. Smash your torch in the ground, creating a deadly shockwave that conditions foes. So it's AoE burn. Cleanse conditions and become a mobile fire field that burns nearby foes. When the field fires, it explodes. Interesting. So you could use this, then you'd build Gunstinger, and then you could use this again and get 2% recharge on other things. Torch though, AoE, burn, fire damage. I like it. Well, question becomes, do you keep the first Roman? I mean, he already got one of his things unlocked. Power, toughness, vitality, ferocity. Sword, shield, axe, axe. Toughness, vitality, condition damage. Yeah, this is probably for this armor set. $744 damage on that. 8,310. I don't know. Maybe we should just make a new Roman. But no, I'd probably get rid of this. I mean, Superior Ruin of the Trooper. I mean, it's not bad. And it looks like I was working out some styles for the Praetorian Guard, the purple. Because it looks like I was attempting to try and implement the purple on this guy for the Praetorian Guard, the more realistic look that we could use. Actually, though, this shield wouldn't be terrible. I mean, if we did this, and we go wardrobe here, and then we go to the... I don't think it would look bad.
Attention, citizens of New Cayenne. We're receiving reports of power outages across the city. Do not be alarmed. Several transportation systems have been suspended until further notice. Braingainz is aware and acting accordingly.
I don't know. We could keep the first Roman and then just make a new Roman character, probably. Do the walking challenge on a new one. No, we'll just use the first Roman. Yeah, we'll use the first Roman and we'll change his armor style to this, and he'll be the Praetorian. So he'll need Celestial at some point, and he'll need Trailblazers. We'll start with Trailblazer. I already have a Mesmer for the humans anyway. Where's he at? Right here, yeah, Spirit of Rome.
One more thing from my list of accomplishments.
I feel like this had something to do. Yeah, it had to do with the masks. But the color scheme isn't going to look right either, so...
Strong. That feels good.
In any case, let's go back to the first Roman real quick. I'm surprised I didn't actually have a full build on him before. I must have leveled him from the ground up. Very odd. He was the one I made all the original designs and stuff on for my character. Story journal, End of Dragons. Got most of that done. That's about it though. Got Heart of Thorns done. 3 seconds of quickness when you disable an enemy. I didn't even realize that was there.
Approximately 1 minute until citywide power failure. 1 minute.
So you can use Eviscerate, or you can go Berserk. Got Flurry, and you got Berserk. That's interesting. I didn't think you could use both of these before, so that's kind of cool. Because now you can, like, immobilize them for 4 seconds, and then, like, swap over Berserk into your axe skill or something. My other thing, though, is this. Take no damage from attack, still susceptible to conditions and control effects. So, the lowest cooldown ability that we know in the game is the Headbutt.
Citizens of New Guyana, we have received multiple distress calls from the Napui and Santiago labs. Please send help.
So, like, if I go over here, and I use this, and then I go over here and use this build,
Various transportation systems will remain offline indefinitely.
we can do Last Stand, which is going to give us Barrier and Vigor. And then we got this. The healing on these sucks still, so we're still got this healing, though. He has Undead Ruins and not the other ones, so he doesn't have any condition duration for the most part. Except for on his Sword Shield, apparently. But it is nice to know that we have this character with the Berserk stuff already unloaded. Because we can probably get rid of this, the Undead plate, and we can probably get rid of the Power, Precision, Ferocity. I'll probably keep this because it's alright. And then we can do Celestial, and we can do the other one with these. And then we already got Berserker unlocked, so we don't even have to worry about that, which I kind of like. So here we would have the healing. So like if we do this, with the Celestial gear, you can go Furious, Sundering Burst, Lesser Signet of Might. And I think that would make sense because it gives you the most total hybrid damage out of everything for the most part. So I think that works pretty well. And you get additional fury and all that stuff. But if we go for the other one, it's going to have all condition damage for the most part. So Rage skill, inflict burn on nearby enemies. So this is a Rage skill. And this is a Rage skill. Recharge all primal burst skills. Heal for percentage of outgoing damage. Still extends Berserk mode. So on this setup, I would probably... I'm still going to go Defiant Stance. I'm still going to do Fear Me. And I'm still going to do Endure Pain. And then activating Break Stun, reducing incoming damage for a period of time when entering Berserk mode. So if we do Berserk mode, it gives us an additional stun break, which would give us an additional heal. But if we use this, we inflict burning on an AoE. Berserk mode duration, crit hit chance is increased while in Berserk mode. So you get 15% increased crit chance, which actually with our Celestial gear would be pretty nice because that would put us... I mean, actually, yeah, it would be pretty good. With the Celestial gear, you would get up to like almost 70% with Celestial. This would give you like 85% crit chance. Which would be pretty good. But would require us to drop the shout heals, probably. It'd be an interesting development because it means that we could do arms and drop our shout healing off of our other character, potentially. And then we could do straight across, and then we would have quickness when you enter Berserk, getting adrenaline, attack boost, and attack access to primal bursts. Attack speed increase 15%. So if you were dual wielding and you had this, you get an attack speed increase of like 30-40% attack speed, which is actually really good. So gain access to Berserk mode primal bursts. So you get decapitate on the axe. I don't really know exactly what those do. Arc divider. Let me go ahead and Google some of these. Guild Wars 2 Berserker. Let's see what it says. Become an avatar of fire destruction, dealing high damage, but be careful that your recklessness doesn't result in an early grave. Berserkers and a light specialization for warrior, unlock hard thorn expansion. It's kind of hurting me that this is spaced out, so. Berserkers don't have time for subtlety. The heart of Maguma is a dangerous place, and the only good enemy is a dead enemy. When normal burst attacks just won't cut it, Berserkers succumb to their adrenaline to enter Berserk mode. In this empowered state, Berserkers gain increased attack speed and replace their puny burst attacks with powerful primal bursts, which maul and crush their enemies and require less adrenaline to execute, ensuring a continuous flurry of death. Berserkers have learned rage skills to use their physical strength as a weapon by leaping, punching, headbutting their enemies, and healing themselves with every strike in a short duration. Berserkers can wield torches in their offhand to burn away their conditions and set their enemies ablaze. Berserkers excel at damage dealing and can support allies with boons. So, Great Sword, Arcing Divine, spin to create shockwaves that grow in size to damage nearby foes. Rupture Hammer. Jump to target location and slam hammer down, creating a deadly chain of earthen shockwaves that immobilize and daze foes. Scorched Earth Longbow. Primal Burst. Fire a burning shot into the ground that creates a trail of flaming destruction. Okay. Gunflame. Rifle. Fire a fast flame shot that explodes on the first foe it hits, interrupting foes in the area. That's interesting. Decapitate Axe. Gather your strength into powerful attack. It hits, gain might, and recharge the skill. Interesting. That's something from Guild Wars 1 too. I used axes in Guild Wars 2 more than I did do in Guild Wars 1 than I do in Guild Wars 2, which is weird. So Mace, unleash a powerful mace strike that dazes target and inflicts multiple conditions. Flame Flurry, lash out with your flurry of strikes that block missiles and shoot fireballs at foes in front of you. See, so like the Flaming Fury and stuff, I still like. Primal Burst, fast, force shot that immobilize burn foes. Strike all foes around you, burning and putting them in. Spear. I don't think it's bad. So like the Flurry, Flame Flurry and stuff is probably, pretty good with the rest of this. So So you can't reflect traits. But see, this does fire damage instead of bleed, which is alright. But I'm thinking this would probably be bigger. So when it comes to celestial stuff, that means that you could potentially take off your shout heals, and you would still heal when you break out of stuns, but you wouldn't have your shout heals anymore. So if you don't have allies, and you want to do more damage, then you could just swap out your shout heals and do more damage, is basically how I'm reading it, is what we could do with the celestial stuff. The other one, though, you wouldn't have crits to generate anything from Furious. Your damage wouldn't be high enough to use Burst Precision. Sundering Burst would be really nice, but it's not going to be like the biggest deal. And then Lesser Signet of Might would be good, but if you're not using the signets, you're not going to get that increased crit, and then this isn't going to give you increased crit anyway, so yeah. But on this one, if we're using the secondary stuff, we're going to be doing Shout Heals Cross. We have this, so Berserk Mode will break stun, which will heal us. And then percentage of precision is given as a bonus to ferocity. This bonus is doubled in Berserk Mode. So in the Celestial build, that could be pretty good because it's going to give us bonus ferocity. It's by 7%. Gain increased condition damage. Additional condition damage while wielding a torch. Torch skills gain reduce recharge. And then so this one would give us the more total condition damage. But Gang Blood Reckoning when entering Berserk mode, I think this is going to be the best here. So it's going to give us an additional heal that'll make us even tankier. And then we have Berserk mode gives us power and condition damage. So on Celestial build, this would be pretty good. But also with Celestial, we could just trait this line if we wanted to, if it's better anyway. Because we'll lose... What will we lose? We'll lose a lot of bonus condition damage. But, like, if we look at this, like this, we get 15 condition damage. So 10 stacks will be 150, so you're getting 350 something with this. And then we get the vulnerability, which gives us a bunch of bonus damage. So we get 400 or 500 here for the most part. And Berserker, you're going to get 300 condition damage and 300 power for free. Or Berserk mode will increase power and condition damage. Gotcha. Deal increased strike damage while in Berserk mode. Gain resistance when entering Berserk mode. So 25% damage bonus is pretty big as well. So even like my hammer skill that we had before, we could probably get like 200% damage increase, which is pretty crazy. Increased duration of burning you apply. Gang Fire Aurora when you critically hit an enemy. Berserker skills detonate Fire Aurora, damaging and burning nearby foes. Gain stability, endurance when entering Berserk mode. Traits that trigger when entering Berserk mode also trigger when exiting Berserk mode. I'd probably do this. I don't know. Berserk skills detonating the Fire Aurora. I don't know how I feel about that, but it's probably decent. So this armor isn't really the best for what we're trying to do here, but we can test it out a little bit. But the main thing here is the headbutt. So 20-second duration activates Endure Pain. Stun your target and stun yourself. Gain adrenaline and exit berserk. And extend berserk duration if you hit. The fact that you can use this and you keep getting Endure Pain is what I like. 20 seconds instead of 45 seconds. So we're going to be getting a lot more damage immunity potentially, as well as an additional heal on the character. So all that stuff together works really well for me.
It was a dragon. A dragon.
Can you provide any details, ma'am?
It was thousands of...
Alright, let's see if anything changes here.
They need to commence questioning. Orders came straight from Minister Lee.
This situation is diplomatically sensitive. The Empress would prefer that no one behave rashly. Ah, Commander, you arrived. Let's take a seat. This is my favorite sushi in Yukaineng. I would make a recommendation, but everything is good.
You honor us, esteemed Navan. What would you like today?
I'll have the yellowtail and a triple temaki, please.
I'll take a bowl of white rice.
You don't care for sushi, detective?
Don't eat anything that looks like it should still be moving.
I see.
And for you.
Detective, I understand how this all looks.
You mean the fact terrorism follows you around like a bad smell?
It's because we've been on the trail of a terrorist, an Aetherblade named Anka. She ordered the Aetherblade attacks, and she released Su-1.
Do you have any proof? Any at all?
Look, I know you've got a file going on me. You probably already understand me better than I do.
True.
So what sounds more likely? That I put millions of lives in danger? Or that I'm pursuing the person who did?
Let's hear what Navan has to say.
Thank you. Now, everyone, if we could...
Commander, I'm afraid I need to ask you to come with me.
Captain, we are in the process of negotiating a civil resolution.
Humblest apologies, esteemed Navan, but Lady June wants to see to this personally.
Detective, can you tell your colleague to stand down?
He's not my colleague. He's a
15
gussy
seconds.
defense cop.
This is
Go back to
duration
June,
increased
Captain
2
Fa.
seconds.
The real police are on the case.
Detective, the event in question took place on Junlai property, and under the autonomy resolution, a corporate entity may claim jurisdiction to whatever...
If the resolution is in the primary interest of the corporate entity.
Captain, I need to remain free to pursue the Elder Dragon your corporate entity was keeping under Kaineng.
Junlai Jade is not now, nor have we ever been in possession of some...
Thousands of people saw a dragon emerge from the water near your facility. Please, listen to what the commander has to say.
Very well.
What do you know? Restraint from a corporate stooge.
Oh yeah, this hurts a little bit.
Seems we're doing this the hard way.
Fine. I yield. Go chase dragons. But your face is about to be plastered on every hologram in Kanta. You won't get far.
Well, that was an effective, if unfortunate, way to deal with things.
You said you have a plan, Navan?
Ah, yes. First, where do you stand, Detective? Do you still insist on taking the commander in?
No. I've seen and heard enough to convince me the commander's got a job to do. But I'm coming along. If things are as bad as you say they are, well, you need me. If they're not, then I get any sense I'm being played.
You're not.
I borrowed something from the Ministry of Intelligence for you, Commander. It will disguise your face, and nothing else.
Intel gets all the best toys.
I know somewhere you can use as a base of operations. A historic refuge. It's just east of here, in the Echovolt Forest. The detective and I will go first to clear any potential roadblocks. You, Commander, will meet us at the city gates.
Hey, Commander. You there? We need to talk.
I assume this is about the fallout from Junlai Jade?
Fallout? They are